Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. Welcome to Brunch with Rita, the Rita Show. So I just woke up a little bit ago. I went to bed really late due to the fact that I was working on more prepping stuff last night. So a lot of people sit there and say, well, what do you mean you're working on prepping? I'm checking prices. I'm doing everything I can to make sure you guys get the best value and if prices up or down. So, that's the thing. So I decided to go live this morning, as usual, to make sure you guys get your comments in before I freaking log off and play my game for the day. Now, for some of you guys think, oh, that's great and stuff, but it's not great. There's a lot to digest this morning, okay? A lot to digest. Like I said, I got out of bed late. I was dealing with some stuff with stuff. Like Pee-wee sent me some stuff this morning to watch, and it was interesting. I'll incorporate it in the next video or two once I get my mind clear. But for the prepping problem, again, we have a lot to tackle this morning. Things are going down the toilet faster and faster. One guy apparently emailed me this morning saying pretty much that prepping is a useful art, a useless art due to the fact that I should look on YouTube for the overall picture of Revelation 6. We're talking about famines and this and that. I don't think it's going to come to Revelation, because it does. It means that half the world or more is going to die of famine and starvation, and God hasn't given me that insight yet. So to me, I think it's best not to focus on famine and whatever else, So on that aspect, I also wanted to say, that you got to start prepping. This morning, I'm checking on orders, basically, because I've been checking orders like crazy, So pretty much, I'm going to check on pricing on stuff I ordered under the Buy It Again link. There is a Buy It Now link, which is the Buy It Now link. Now, I will tell you, my order was divided up. And, yeah. So, let's see. So, apparently my ramen is supposed to be previously expected on June 23rd. It's not going to be expected till June 26th. So, cases of ramen that I bought dirt cheap. So basically, this one here left Saturday morning. Apparently, it is supposedly they're dividing my mac and cheese up. Then I'm prepped 6 boxes. Apparently, left Ohio on Thursday, and it just left today to go by truck across country. So it left June 18th. So by the time it gets to me, 2 boxes or 3 packs. I ordered multiple packs. Apparently, the mac and cheese is literally not something you want to order due to the fact that it's a treat. And 2 is apparently, so this one here left Bakersfield and is not going to be up here till Tuesday or Wednesday now due to the fact it left Bakersfield, California, which means it's going by ground too. So it's going to take 5 to 7 days. So apparently Amazon, once you start a large order, they do not like your orders to be delayed, apparently. So let's go over to the Buy It program. I always keep my Buy It Again so I can tell you. So apparently currently, coffee, my Pike's Place blend went up. My my soda went down. Okay, my Italian coffee roast. So basically the problem is you can't, you got to click on the items, right? And it'll tell you exactly the wait list. Like currently this says can get it June 29th. So they're estimating 11 days right now for the mac and cheese. 11 days minimum. If you order right now, you see 11 days, not counting next month. So Currently, it is saying Wednesday. So this is why I keep telling you all. Let's just say, how long does this take to get? Okay, June 22nd. So the coffee will come in 4 days. So you see, you got to look carefully. Like everything I ordered, right? Wednesday, June. This one here, Wednesday, June 22nd. Fortunately, the pack of 20 ramens took us 9 days to get. The boxes of knowledge him took 9 days. This here is, they're not saying how long for this. It says free delivery. Oh, June 7th. Let's just open this because this is the ramen I bought. Unfortunately, Wednesday. So the mac and cheese is completely out. They say they might get it in Wednesday. Might. Everything else, if you look on your buy it again program, we're also looking at prices, by the way. So it's paper towels and toilet paper went up. Dishwashing pellets, the big jugs went up almost $50 for dishwashing pellets. This stuff here, apparently it's canned goods. Apparently, I ordered some of this. It says free to. Oh, look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Current delivery for your ramen. If you buy 4 cases now, you will get it July 8th. You see, this is why you gotta basically be careful what you're doing. See, I'm doing some interesting things for y'all. I haven't seen the comments, so if there is anything. Second right here is right here. Usually will ship in 9 days. Won't be here till minimum July 5th. This is canned goods. See, this is the thing that you preppers need to know. I mean, by July 9th, shit could hit the fan, so you got to be prepared. I mean, that is why I'm telling you, June 27th, June 22nd, June 21st. Coffee is pretty much easy to get a hold of, most of it, anyways. I missed Prime Day. Garbage bags went up approximately $30 for 90 bags. So that's like $2 per bag. Think of it that way. If you need to prep, that's one thing I would not be prepping unless you truly needed garbage bags. You can make a garbage bag, 90 bags, make it last for approximately a year if you know what you're doing. And only empty the trash out when you have to. I guess that's why Chloe and I made plenty of bags last, because she doesn't take the trash out. So, anyways, we're not going to talk about garbage delivery, but I will talk about other things. Okay, let's just go over to the other things, right? So basically, the mac and cheese dinners, they're not going to be delivered for a long time. So basically, if you look at this stuff here, like this is cash only. Says delivered by June 27th. This one's giving no date. This one's not giving any date. This one here is giving a date of June 27th. So you got to look at the dates carefully. And a lot of people are sitting there saying, well, how come they're not food stamp orientated? Because no one takes food stamps. A lot of it's EBT, it shows on there. But my thing is, look at the dates. I mean, the dates are changing. That's telling you right now that the food shortage is going to get worse. And that's something you need to look at. Now, I know Pee Wee uses Walmart. I use Amazon because at Walmart, everything over there is pickup only. So I'm not going to. So let's look over on the bean side of things. Case of beans, $26. Case of small canned beans is approximately $19. The large, well, they're not even large cans; they're basic cans. So anything in the what you're looking at is 12 cans, $26. You're literally paying at least $20 for 12 cans of beans. It used to be cheaper, but it's going up in price. And grilling beans, apparently for what I see here, most of the grilling beans is sold out. Pack of 4 120 ounces, or what is it? 4 7 pound things of beans if you really need beans, you know. And so there you have it. I mean, literally, you're basically we're literally looking at the bean prices. So it's over $20 for a case. I mean, look at this. Steakhouse beans, 12 cans of steakhouse beans. They want $63. $41 for 12 pack of bourbon brown sugar. So unless you're willing to pay $2 to $3 a can or more, you got to look at the price here. Price is too expensive. I mean, look at this: $19 for 3 cans of beans, $27 for um, small. I think these are mini cans, aren't they? Let me look. We're just gonna open this because it's not telling us. Same with this, $56, right? This is 26. 16 ounces, pack of 12. So 16-ounce cans. So you're looking at all right. So you're looking at, okay, so 16, so say a little over 16 pounds. So, this is a 12 pack, 21.5 ounces. You see, thing is, you got to look at that, and they're wanting $56. So anything that's too flavorful at bean wise, the flavorful beans, they're ripping you off. So you might want to look at that down the pipe too, because frankly, they're literally ripping you off unless you're really going to pay for it. Ramen, of course, is hard to get a hold of too, because ramen's they're delaying everything. Warehouses, they don't have the people. People aren't filling it, so your orders are getting back 3 weeks. That's why I'd say always have stuff to fall back in while you're waiting for your restockment. But eventually, you're going to go hungry and die if you don't basically keep ahead of the game by making sure you get 2 months or 3 months at a time due to the fact that there's going to be a lot of problems. I mean, I just nailed let's see, 4 different things that I buy, right? 4 different things. Target, you can get them, but you're paying through the nose too. But being a Prime member, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, you know. So, for example, um, on the prepping aspect of it, you got to ask yourself what's going to happen, and that's why I'm looking for, the best deal, 32 bucks with 12 cans of soup. Say I'm looking 12 pack, $21. Um, yeah, so 10.5 ounces of soup. Um, a lot of this stuff they don't even sell, So I mean, you got to look at everything you're willing to do. Are you willing to, sit there? I mean, Pee Wee and I were talking the other day about, do you have enough food, and people don't have enough. Higgins claims he might barely, if he eats every other day, he might be able to do it, but still, I mean, I'm looking at prices right now, foods, and I mean, I can't believe prices are going up. I was telling a fellow prepper the other day on email basically about the pricing of stuff. I said, I've been pricing out everything daily. I've been working the nighttime. Like last night, I had 4 hours to kill, so I worked so late that I went to sleep, got up late this morning due to the fact that I was working for you guys, pricing out everything. I mean, everything's going up. If my calculations are correct, food's going up another 15 to 45% minimum, depending on the items. Now, smaller items they might raise anyways due to the fact there's a tin shortage. You say, oh, well, yeah, there's a tin shortage, which means that tin cans, aluminum cans, all that stuff that they use is basically a shortage of. I mean, we can go on and on and on in this. So apparently, what I was looking for, some of the items I was looking for, I put in my shopping cart raised up again, price wise. You know, why has this gone down in price? Okay. So, anyways, I wanted to share that with you all. You know, um, you know that I know you guys are sitting there going, okay, you know, but we have to prepare for the worst. You know, and so one of the things we have to do is prepare for the worst, and you have to prep through any and all means and channels to do that. I mean, you can't just sit there and be like, "Oh yes, all is gravy," and next and the shit, shit hits fan, and you're screwed. I mean, literally, you're going to need to look carefully. I mean, the other thing I want to share with you all, out of love, is some tips about certain things. Like one of the preppers said, trust your neighbors, build relationships with them. One of my neighbors is moving. She doesn't like the people here. And the problem is she has a right not to trust the neighbors. I mean, literally. And so because of it, you got to look at the fact that if you're going to trust your neighbors, then I see. I went back and I told you guys I would check the comments, so I just checked the comments. I just came from Walmart. A lot of stuff's gone up in price yet again. That's why I said I keep checking daily for you. You guys turn around and you're like, there's people out there that think, this channel, you got to prep, you got to keep on pricing because, and the other reason why I check all the time is the fact that I want you guys to realize I'm doing the job where you guys don't want to get off your butt to go check yourself. I mean, there's people out there that rather have Uncle Sam take care of you than freaking look after yourself. And then you're the first people to think Uncle Sam's going to take care of you. You're the first people to die because you guys couldn't freaking take care of yourself. I mean, literally, it's the way it is. So, you know, I mean, literally. So, I got more ramen coming in next week, or hopefully next week. Food shortages are going to get worse and worse. So, I want you guys to take this tip and prepare. I tried to tell this to someone recently, but they didn't listen. So, um, but yeah, you got to prepare for the worst. And that's the thing. Look at your shipping. Some say, oh, well, I go Walmart, the shipping's great for right now. But what if shipping gets bad? What if shipping is bad? What if shipping changes? Has anyone thought of that? Or do you guys just think everything's going to be great? I mean, there's people out there that think prepping is dumb. Get a can here and a can there, and they're prepped. Just in case. Maybe they got 3 days supply of food, and then the shit hits fan, and they're knocking on everyone's door going, oh, you know. You got to ask yourself, how much prepping are you going to do, and how much prepping aren't you going to do? I mean, think of it. Last night I tried to explain to you all, I live in a beautiful community. And yeah, the shit hits fan. It might be where everyone's going to eat each other. Of course, I'll be locked up in my own apartment here, not leaving, but you get the idea. I mean, honestly, There's not much I can do, okay? There's not much I can say, but you need the prep. I mean, look, I've done everything I can for you guys to this point. I've given you all the best advice. I've done everything. I mean, look at it from the point of view. I mean, I've checked every type of staple this morning. I got basically websites I've basically watching. I've been basically, doing everything I can. And what happened, usually this morning it's about dip time, but as you can see, I'm conserving on dip this morning due to the fact that, we have to look at prices of stuff, I mean, I've been watching Amazon for a while, and some of the stuff that we're looking for is it's sold out. I mean, literally, the shipping is getting hard. I mean, when it comes to Walmart, for example, pickup and delivery. I mean, you can get one can pickup and delivery. I mean, literally. Well, I mean, you're gonna have to look at the pickup or delivery. I know Sister Pee Wee was talking about the Great Value luncheon meats like Spam. She's like, "Oh yeah, it's so great, and it's awesome, and it tastes the same, maybe." But the problem is no one certain things are so cheap that the Walmart's not going to allow you to have a delivery unless you pay more money for it. So say you want 12 cans of something, you're going to need to you know So currently, if you're looking for beans, you're gonna have to pay for shit. You're gonna pay free shit. You're gonna have to order it. You're gonna pay at least $2.70 a can, which went up in price. It was 98 cents the last time I bought it. Stockpiled, but they're literally raising the price. It also tells you the size you're gonna get too. So, you got to ask yourself, you know, on how much are you going to pay. I'm just looking at you know um uh, you know Target, for example. You know because Frank or Walmart. I mean, look, I'm still looking a little bit, but thing is you got to ask yourself about um like this, right? It says add to cart, right? It says here restrictions apply, right? So they're trying to force someone to basically, so basically, they're trying to force people for a Walmart thing. So basically, it says here, right, delivery, right? So I went to click on the delivery, right? Let me just put it. I went to click on delivery, because I rely on delivery, and I turned around. And it says you may not order this item due to the fact, quote unquote, we want you to be a Walmart member. Like, I'm going to spend my money for a Walmart to be a Walmart. This says you can only pick up. You can't do anything else. It's like you may not order this. This is pickup. Everything in the bottom is pickup. So basically, I'm not going to pay $13 a freaking month for some hill jack company like Walmart to tell me that I can't get a shipping right there. Get free delivery, shipping, and more, but you must pay $13.99. So and free 1 month trial. I'm not going to do the 1 month trial. Sorry to say. My thing is I don't want to pay for it. I mean, everything says pickup anyway. So if it says pickup, what's the point? Like I was looking for certain things at Target, it says delivery. You may not half the items here aren't to pick up only. So technically, you got to ask yourself, how much, what's the ramifications, for it. I mean, literally, if you're buying something in the bulk, you might as well. I mean, literally, they know who's Amazon, who's Walmart. But the thing is you can't turn around and do this. I mean, like example, soup, right? Pick up only, pick up only, pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up. 3 day shipping, but it says 3 day shipping does not include with the um the Walmart thing. So you're paying $13.99 a month for what? I mean, literally. I mean, I've asked everyone on this island recently, through a online poll through a channel that I have connected with friends who works here on the island, and they all say, quote unquote, because I'm part of the community, we do not use Walmart at all due to the fact that Walmart's mostly pickup. So Walmart's mostly pickup. So Amazon has the marketplace. They said no. Amazon doesn't have the marketplace. The problem is there's nothing they can. So basically, what they're saying is um, basically, for example, the truth is sorry, I'm still looking at pricing for you guys. I'm working around the clock for you guys with no rest for myself, pretty much. Basically, the stores are running out of stuff, basically. So you look at one website, you look at another, it's going to turn around and tell you, what you need. So, for example, I told someone earlier, what to look for. I put in one of my search parameters, right, which I was looking for something in particular. And it came up with noodles. I didn't ask for noodles. So apparently, let's just say hypothetically on the Target website, noodles are, I don't know what to tell you, but we're going through hell in a handbasket if their website's pulling up noodles when I actually asked for certain thing. So I'm going to look at this again. So basically, I'm looking at this just to see at Walmart's pricing on items that we are going to need. One of the things people is recommending is canned meats, right? So I'm looking at canned meats. Fortunately, the canned meats I'm looking for, hypothetically, like this here is $65. So unless you're willing to pay $65, divide that by 12. I don't have a calculator in front of me, so let's just see if I can pull it up. Okay. $65. Someone's probably in the comments already figuring it out. 65 times divided by 12. That is approximately $5.4. So you're paying $5.41 just for that can of canned meats. And so you got to look at it from that point of view. So I'm going to look down here and see if there's anything more. So again, you're looking at about $5 to $6 a can because the scalpers are out in force. And if you do find something you can't get, you're going to be paying through the nose. Some things are better tasting, and because of it, they ran out. That's why I keep telling you to prepare. Okay, here we go. Pack of 3, that's $7. That is $7, and this is $61. So $61 divided by 12. Let's just look. Divided by 12. So you're looking at, again, $5 and so $5 right there. So $5, by the way, just for canned meat. So just to let you know, if you really want to. But again, I don't know anything about that. Okay, so I did do the scientific thingy here. Apparently, what I'm searching for is not pulling up. So basically, just to let you know, I looked up 3 different search parameters on Target, and it's trying to sell me on stuff that's out of stock, or half the stuff's out of stock, the other half is, yeah. So anyways, you gotta look. You need to find out what's available, and you gotta look for stuff. Everything here is 3 day shipping. So far, everything I've looked for you guys, estimations. You need to make sure you're getting your stocks and your supplies in as fast as possible, because now I'm going to explain to you what's going on. You see, there's a theme here this morning. There's a theme here. There's many themes here. The theme this morning is going to basically blow your socks off. I don't need to check anymore, okay? Theme goes like this. Comes to prepping, I've just looked up 3 different websites, the same items, okay, and the same outcomes. Sister Pee Wee turned around and said that, quote unquote, canned meats are getting harder, right? Well, maybe, but you guys have got to ask yourself, are you willing to pay $5 for canned meat, or are you willing to pay $5 for ramen? Now, let me just tell you a story about ramen. Remember what I said about prepping. When you're prepping, you need to realize ramen is cheap to get a hold of. But let me tell you, I got to tell you something that's very important. Hold on a sec. Is there anything in this can, though, or is this can? Oh, yeah. Okay. Is there anything in this can? Oh, okay. So I'm going to just empty this real quick. Give me 1 second, people. Usually I'm on a roll here this morning. All right, so what's going to happen? You've all been patient with me. There's plenty of watchers this morning. You guys got to prep really well, and the prepping is going to be harder and harder. How many people out there on YouTube? Okay, I've spent 32 minutes, all right, going through the numbers. Okay, this has been a great morning. Okay, 32 minutes going through everything that I usually buy. Okay, Walmart, Target, and Amazon. Theme goes like this. So Target sold out about 95% of their stuff. Their warehouses, as you probably know, are empty. You could say, oh, well, their warehouse is empty, so be it, right? What if I told you the warehouse is empty because people aren't working? So there's not enough workers. So then they transfer things to the stores. Warehouse gets an order. Their main warehouses for mail order or online internet order actually goes. There's 2 ways they distribute at their distribution center. One is they load it up onto a truck for you guys. The second one is they load it up to a truck to go to the stores. Now, what if the stores are struggling? Okay, who's the first and foremost priority? Okay, the stores, right? So let's break down Target, Walmart, and Amazon for prepping. Okay, Target, Amazon, and Walmart are prepping places, but Target has physical store. So what if Target sit there and says, oh no, our stores are being stripped? They start loading up and putting it on a truck. The truck then goes out to their distribution centers. Meanwhile, the guys at the distribution center, or the main headquarters that runs the website, the online department, says, uh-oh, they're moving 100,000 cans of Spam. So all of a sudden, the Spam's being redistributed to the stores, right? So then they turn around and they put pick up. Meanwhile, they basically change everything to pick up only, right? Same goes with Walmart. Walmart sits there and, people say, oh, well, I've got the Walmart brand of such and such. Well, if it's under a certain price, Walmart will not ship it. I found that out. So technically what's happening is Walmart turns around and say you want 50-cent Walmart brand soup, and you're determined to go Walmart brand soup. Well, unless you have a car and you're planning to buy every Walmart soup out, excuse me for a second. I need to fix the damn wheel, I think. Again, the wheel keeps falling off. I keep telling Chloe to freaking fix it. Then, basically, oh, hello, Mariposa, didn't see you there. So, basically, what happens is they distribute things. They change everything like an airline. Putting cancels. Instead, it's rerouted. Now, some people like me, right? Walmart's sitting there and they're like, do you want it shipping? We can offer you shipping on this product, but you have to be a member, right? Question is, are you willing to pay? This is the thing of the prepper's key, okay? The code of the preppers, okay, is are you willing to pay $14 a month to go through a company that you might or might not use? You see, Walmart, Amazon, they're basically trying to milk you for everything you're worth. Same with Costco, which reminds me, I'm checking the Costco price today. A few items that people have asked me specifically to keep an eye on. I can't believe I'm actually agreed to it, but you know what? As a prepping family, we need to basically turn around. I got to sign in again because it's like, do you want to sign in? No, you don't want to sign in. Okay, so let's just go over the wings because I know someone's like, I need you to check on wings for me. Okay, so the wings are $43 still, so they haven't gone down in price. So it's $42.49. So it rounded out to the next thing. To get delivery, they're going to ask you. So basically, it says limit 5 per member, so I can have 5 of these, and they will ship it to me frozen. No separate delivery fee with cold and frozen over 100 or more. 100 or order minimum applies item marks cold and frozen only, not the order. So, basically, I don't know how that works. Okay, so, so basically, you got to look at your grocery, right? And then you got to ask yourself, what are you looking for, etc. I hate when they freaking do this to me. They freaking make it so, you want to look for something, right? And what if you want a pantry right here, dry goods? Then you got to go and look for it, And then they're like, oh yes, what do you want? And you're like canned goods, right? And then you got to look, and then here we go. So let's just look at this, okay? All right, so let's just do this. All right, so basically they're allowing you to do this. And that's not a bad price if you can get it in, but you have to be a member of Costco. So, for example, if you're going to be a member of Costco, you're going to have to use a Costco card, which means you're going to have to sit there and realize that Costco's not taking food stamps. You just got to buy everything in the bulk. And some people say, oh, well, why doesn't Costco take food stamps? Because Costco is never takes food stamps, for what I understand. They never will. It's cash on the barrel, because they can't trust the government to pay. So if you look at the canned goods that Walmart offers or Costco offers, it's okay if you know what you're looking for. Now a lot of people say, well, what about prepping and electric? Well, if the electric grid's not going to fail, you don't need to worry about your electric grid at the moment. You need to worry about your food. The electric is a different story. Electric is whatever, You got to worry if your electric bill is currently going up. Pee Wee was talking about her bill might be like $262 next month or the end of this month or whatever. That's kind of worrying. My bill's been completely zero, flat outright paid. So to me, I've canceled everything and everything I can to make sure I don't have any more problems on the bank account. So technically, you got to look at prepping, and you got to prep hard and fast because it's going to get worse. Now, I do have a couple theories, but I'm not going to bring into the theories. They're more of a conspiracy type thing, but I think everything's done on purpose, and that's something I want to share with you guys to the most. Is if you're going to basically prep, then you're going to prep. So basically, I want to watch. Sorry, I'm gonna spend 11 minutes while talking. I got something I need to watch. I've been waiting for this. I want to see something. So please excuse me. I'm one of those people that gave some intel to another prepper who has a prep channel. So I would like to listen through headphones to listen to what he has to say about that. I gave him so much data. It's not funny. Hopefully he. So I'll be making faces and pausing. I'm going to be pausing off and on because you guys, I would like to hear what he's got to say. He's a great guy. So I'll pause and give you my opinion as we go today because I just want to see. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. So basically, for the last 50 seconds, he's just going on about certain things. This is 10 minutes, so I'll give you my opinion in a second. Right. Oh, really? So basically, this guy is. I'm trying to learn some info. Okay, so for 2 minutes 30 seconds, he's talking about war. So basically, just plain out war. I want to talk about prepping today. I've done all the information on your pricing. I'm just listening to this guy. Right. So basically, the guy is talking about the prepper that I've been listening to. Just for your info, I just said I was hoping this was the update that I was looking for, because I gave him some intel and he hasn't shared the intel. But he says, no, we got to basically worry about a power structure. Remember, I told you this: power goes out, they don't have the tools and replacement parts because it all comes from China. Think about that. And good morning, Gigi. Good morning, Higgins. And see you there. Just let me finish this. So Chloe was telling me a while ago that the worst thing in the world for a problem is the power grid. That's the second thing he addresses today: communications. What happens if you guys don't have communications to talk to people? Let me tell you the old ways. The old ways is good morning, Zoe. By the way, then we're get you. You're here too. Let me put it to you this way: has anyone ever seen the old bag phones? Bag phones are still used in only certain markets. Police and ambulances have them in the back of their damn units. Everything else doesn't. So another thing he's talking about is the threat assessment of rails. This is another thing that basically you need to think about. I've been talking about this for a while. Literally, the rail systems, I've been on the rails. I've ridden the rails. I don't know if this guy has, but let me tell you, freight trains go first, passenger trains are second. The rail system is crippled. I spent 17 hours from Spokane to frickin' Portland in the snow, and everything moves by rail. See, you got to prep not just because of inflation going through the roof and stuff. You got to prep because the problem is the United States might fail. The United States might fail due to the fact that the infrastructure is down. I'll talk about that secondly. Literally, is completely right. I mean, that's the main problem we have in this country is the fact that if you look at the big picture, we are basically struggling. And the infrastructure, if it goes down, we don't have the technology to build. I mean, literally, we don't have any technology to build. The military, we might have 3 million, 5 million reservists, but what they're all specialty fields. So they'd be basically patrolling the streets, and then people would be. And on top of that, remember what I said the other day: a can of propane, a little lantern, or a stove or a lantern, propane, $10. Bunker oil's $20 to $30 for a gallon, which is like 3,000 metric tons. Last time I checked, $3,000 per metric ton. Right? That's what powers the cargo ships. Mm-hmm. So basically, uh, so basically, the point is he's right. The infrastructure is down. Look at Texas. Texas ended up getting annihilated during that snowstorm. Remember? They were out for 2 or 3 weeks. My cousin would basically turn around and message me in between when she was charging her phone up at her mom's house, I think. Right before moving into her place, I think she said there was a complete, it was like rolling brownouts or blackouts, because the power grid's down. And yet, more people are worried about their guns than the electric. So you got to think about it. The rails basically is simple. They are basically saying, and here's what happens. Okay, I want to tell you. Say you have cargo ships that come from China and Europe, and they go to each coast, right? East Coast, West Coast. Then you got truckers. Remember, we're having a chassis problem too, and the semi trucks aren't being sold. And right now, they're trying to keep their semi trucks working by stripping old parts off of old trucks and hoping like hell they work while no one's working to make new parts. So, not only that, we don't have the factories to make the replacement parts in this country for electrical grid. Our country decided to subsidize everything to China. Now China's holding the entire country hostage. Hostage, mind you. And because of it, prices going through the roof. Not just that, but think of the infrastructure. Because I rode the rails, okay? Let me just tell you, I rode the rails from Spokane to Portland. And every 5 miles or so, we had to stop the train for 30 minutes at a time or more. More, by the way. So Burlington Northern Santa Fe rail line, it runs most of the lines, could turn around, BNSF turned around, and they were basically defrosting the rail tracks. It was below zero. I had my own sleeping car, so it didn't matter. But I was watching from my sleeping car as we stopped and go. When we pulled into Pasco, the first stop, everyone wanted off the train. A lot of people saying, couldn't we just get a bus because it'd be faster because the rails aren't frozen. A lot of people stayed on and complained. In Pasco, they took on extra newspapers, they took on extra food, and they took on extra water. They didn't think they needed, and they did. And by the way, if it wasn't for the train tanks being heated underneath like an RV, the pipes would have frozen the trains. And people were told to limit their showers because if you didn't know, when you take a shower in one of those train stalls, the pipe's underneath and it drains right onto the tracks. So they said, please don't use it if you didn't have to. Yeah, well, I recommend eating out more, but I also did some research this morning for you all about pricing, and the pricing is the same. Well, that's better than watch free YouTube for free. That's what I do at times. But yeah, but yeah, the point I'm saying so basically, let me give you the example, okay? Picture you in the East Coast and West Coast, and there's not enough truck chassis. They're building up supplies on the harbor, right? And there's not enough harbor people to move it. Like we got ships coming into Philadelphia. They're backlogged, right? So pay attention because this is important. When they do have truck chassis, they can load up the loads, go to the nearest train hub, load it on. Did you know there's a central hub between, I think it's in Kansas or Iowa or Nebraska, where they load up all these engines together back to back remotely from one engine, and they tow 400 or 500 cars with a lot of freight, and that's why freight trains go first. Well, that's why you carry a backup. That's why if you have your retro check, you buy a backup furnace, which is a wood stove. But then again, they're trying to basically make wood stoves hard to get over. Now they're 18 months, 12 to 18 months, though, will turn around to get a wood stove. I prepped a long time ago, and let me tell you, I was out of power for 3 weeks once. I remember one time my mom came out, right? And we had like 18 inches of snow overnight. She looked at me and I said, well, I'm going to have to get up on the roof and make sure because we had 2x6s as beams for a mobile home. I said, I'm going to have to get up above the mobile home and drop all the snow. So the load, because we were due for another load of snow. And I did. I went up there and I removed all the snow. I put on special shoes so it had cleats on it, so I could actually walk up there and I dumped all the snow. My father's roof, my stepdad Roy's roof, his is held up fine because he was using 4x4 beams to hold his roof together. But mobile homes are 2x2s or 2x4s. They use the thinnest material, thinking that the snow load won't be a problem, but it is. With that plywood, it was actually, so I got up there and I pulled all the snow off. But one of the things my mom said, because one of the purchases I made for her birthday present, early birthday and Christmas present, late birthday present, early Christmas present was a wood stove. That one year that stove came in handy so much, and wood, we always got free wood. People would be like, oh, I need a stump removed. So we'd go in and cut the tree down, cut the stump out, free stump removal. In return, my father and I, Roy, we would divide the wood in half. We did a lot of stump removals. We'd be like, oh, yeah, we have nothing better to do. We'll cut up this and season it. So we had cords and cords and cords and cords of wood. By the time we got there, I know a guy once, a neighbor of ours, he said to me once, hey, Rita, how do you get all this wood for free? I said, easy. We offer stump removal and wood tree removal for free. We take the wood and we cut the tree down, and then we basically pull the stump out with a Kubota, and then we chop down the stump, and we chop the stump down. We make sure there's no beehives, and then what we do is we cut the wood in sections and then dump it in splittable sizes, and then we split it ourselves with an axle wedge in them all. We had a little a wood shed out back that we built by hand, and then we just stored it up, stacked it all up there. So while other people were out of power, we were the ones with hot coffee, and I always kept a pot of soup on the stove too, slow cooking, because of it, and it came in handy. I also kept an extension cord and made a path so the extension cord, waterproof extension cord, that go from the car part, where the car is parked, next to the car. And then in the evening, I would run a low quiet Honda generator that would power the freezer. It sounded like a little weed whacker running, but people didn't complain about it, but still. So, the point is you got to prepare, and it's not just about, you need to prepare for the long term too, not just the short term. The long term is, what can you do? I mean, think about it this way, okay? Let me picture it this way, okay? So basically, I live on an island. We're the last line of defense, okay? Last line of defense. So the power grid, the power from Bonneville Dam goes down through the mountains, powers the towns along the way. It goes 40 miles under Anacortes and goes all the way to Shaw Island, Lopez Island, Orcas Island, and San Juan Island. So the power grid goes down. It goes down for all 4 islands, right? That's not just the worst of it. The natural gas on the island will power natural gas in the diesel and the propane generators will run out because eventually they'll suck up all the fuel from the fuel docks at Roche Harbor and in Friday Harbor and in the other harbors on the islands. And they will also suck up all the gas with running the generators for the gases that they can to keep the gas pumps going so people can get gas. But once the gas runs out, the next thing is no power means the ferry terminals can't run. So unless the ferries are running without power, they have to be on a select schedule. But the other thing is we're on an island. So first the governor would say anyone who wants off this island can, but where do you go? Some people don't have family on the mainland. So where do they go? Then they got to think about where they're going to go. The next question is once the food runs out on the grocery stores completely and they can't get any more in, they'll turn the generator off, saving fuel because they've already sold everything out. But they'll raise the price that if anyone wants something, they'll raise it so they can afford their fuel. They're not stupid. The next thing is the grocery stores has the generators, the hospitals has the generator. But eventually, the hospital will run out of fuel unless they bring in some from a fuel tanker. Um, or they'll keep the natural gas line open just for the hospital because the stores will run out. Meanwhile, the warehouses will still be out. I mean, if there's a power problem and our power thing is knock on wood, it doesn't, but if it does, you better have a backup plan. You better basically stockpile batteries because your lanterns are going to come in handy. Your thing. I have a scanner that I listen to that's connected to the Marine band, the electric band, all the public works utilities, so I know exactly what's going on at all times. During a power outage, I'll keep it running 24/7, the scanner. And I've had power out for 48 hours here on this island, and I've had it out for 18 hours during a snowstorm. And that's only because of high wind. Sometimes high winds shut down the thing, which means without power, your router won't work. And even if you get your router to work on a generator, the phone line or the servers might be out in Seattle or another place on the island. So, you got to look at the big picture. The infrastructure is weak. So, not only as your phone lines won't work, but your internet lines won't work. And if your internet lines ain't work because no power, damn good and well, if you're running on cable, your cable internet ain't going to work. And if you're running 5G, the towers need power. So, the power goes out, your phones are useless. You see what happens? The entire infrastructure is so brittle that it could basically, uh, you know, we'll be right back to what's her name said it best herself. Bathroom break. That's what I'm gonna do too. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Think of it. Texas is brittle. Everything else is brittle. I'll be right back. I will check the messages from my tablet. All right, I'm back. So basically, you got to ask yourself a lot of questions. You know, I was just looking at a Champion Power Equipment portable watt inverter generator. Yeah, 11 hours, but you buy it for 11 hours. You better have a secure location for your generator, and you better have enough gas for it. So 5 gallons of gas, $5 a gallon. That's $25 to run it for 48 hours. It's well worth it running it for 48 hours at $25. Think of it. So to run it at 48 hours for $25 for 2 days, $25. Hold on a sec. $25 2 days, right? $25 for 2 days times 15 because that's 30 days. You're looking at approximately $375 for fuel just to run your generator, which would be considered an electric thing. So if you go ahead and buy that, you got to ask yourself, do you have at least $400 to run it for the month? You see? Yeah, but some mini generators can't handle. Um, like 1,000 watt generator might barely run just basically a coffee pot. You got to look at how much wattage you need. The more the wattage, the higher the expense. I mean, me and Chloe, I don't know if we had told you this, but we have in our storage room and where we keep our food and stuff here. We have a couple generators on hand that will handle the freezer, but the manager won't allow us to use it anyways due to the fact that it makes too much noise. So even if you run it right outside the door, it'll echo through the entire apartment complex. So people would be complaining about the noise even if there's a power outage because, you got to ask yourself. If someone knows you have a generator, that's the first thing they're going to steal, Higgins. So unless you have like an enclosed backyard where you have a fence all the way around it and it's locked, and like a dog run, and your dog run has the cable, unless someone's going to go in there with the wire cutters and cut the frame, you're going to basically not be able to keep it. Yeah, but the thing is are you willing to basically pay without your finances right now the money to run it? I mean, literally. I mean, if the power grid went out, that would tell you also, okay, that stores would be cash only, mind you. Stores would not be running, they'd be selling their stuff with natural gas or diesel generator. And other places like police would only be doing real emergencies. I mean, our island here, we have a diesel generator. They have a diesel generator, a natural gas generator, and a propane generator. But propane runs out, they'd have to switch over to natural gas. And if natural gas ran out, which might be unlikely unless they did, they'd switch to generators. So the generators they'd be using first is propane and diesel. Those ran out. Then what? Natural gas. So the thing is even if you basically let your freezer go, the thing is you got to ask yourself. The worst problem is if the damn weather hit on a summertime, then your freezer would defrost faster, even in the heat, even if it's enclosed and sealed. You know, so even if you ran your generator just to cool your freezer down and your refrigerator down, you still got to make sure not to keep opening your door anyways because your food would go bad faster. And then on top of that, you have to make sure you have a Coleman camp stove. They're sold out, by the way. If anyone didn't know, they're sold out because every prepper is taking and using white gas, and that's why white gas is almost $20 a gallon right now. I mean, does anyone even tackle these questions? Generator, do you have the money to run it? No, you don't. Do you have the money to run a gas lantern, a Coleman lantern? No, because where are you going to put it? I mean, literally, that's why you use an LED light that runs really cheap electricity on batteries. That's the safest method. But Coleman Fuel's up there in price. No, not all camp stoves take propane, Pee Wee. Welcome. Some of them take white gas, which is, I'll show you what I mean. I will show you what I mean, okay? I'll give you a link, okay? I know what I'm talking about. I just love I could just do this. Look. See? Coleman Powerhouse Stove. I know, I used to own a 3-burner, okay? Basically, Coleman runs on Coleman fuel, which is white gas. Or unleaded gas. Now, if you use unleaded gasoline for your stove, the problem is you need to make sure you keep an extra, and what they call an extra fuel filter and an extra fuel technology, either Coleman liquid fuel like gas or leaded gasoline. Now, just to use it, it'll cook your food for 4 hours, but it uses gasoline too. So you got to ask yourself, are you willing to, use that? Propane, $10 a can if you use the propane stove. Regular stove, guide series stove, again, it says, gives the option of using Coleman liquid fuel, aka white gas, or unleaded gasoline for more flexibility. So it's not a kerosene stove, it's actually a dual fuel stove, which means you can switch over to gasoline, but they call these little generators. They call it like a little generator where it goes from the fuel pump to the fuel to where it fuels it and then drops the fuel into the burners. Those generators have to be swapped out. So you have to have two of them, one for unleaded and one for white gas, because and you need to have a fuel filter to dump your fuel in, so it has the cotton filter, so it filters out white gas or leaded. It gets the debris out so you can actually cook your stove. I used to have a 3-burner, like I said. They discontinued the 3-burner, but I had one. Now those ones are you can buy in Coleman, but every other place is sold out, so that's what I was talking about. Basically, white gas is Coleman fuel. Let me show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Currently, Coleman fuel is $14.21. It runs on. They have lanterns too that run that, but there you go. You see, basically, Coleman butane and propane 1-gallon camping stove. Basically, it's basically, you can get butane for butane lantern, but this is actually white gas, is what they call it. Coleman makes it, and it's 1 gallon of it. Also called white gas or camping fuel. So basically, it's called white gas or camping fuel. Can't beat the Coleman butane propane 1 gallon camp stove replacement fuel. Burns hot even sub-zero temperatures. Coleman fuel is very refined and burns hotter and cleaner than other liquid fuels. More hotter and cleaner than unleaded gas. So, you don't have the disposable consideration to do with empty propane and butane cylinders. So this is basically, right there, Coleman fuel. So And then there's Crown White gas, which is 1 gallon's $8, but I always put in brand name. Then if you want butane propane fit mixture for that stove or lantern, it is $5.74. Coleman propane 1 can cylinder currently is $6 if we get a hold of it. Coleman stove is $238 for the powerhouse. Coleman white gas or unleaded gasoline lanterns $100. So you got to think about the price of, where are you going to use it and etc. Because these stoves are expensive. Like I said, most of it's out of stock. But there you go. Yeah, well, remember what I just said, Pee Wee. If you're listening to what I said, as the dual fuel and the dual fuel powerhouse. Remember, I had the 3-burner powerhouse stove. It ran on Coleman fuel, white gas, and unleaded gas. So unless you're willing to carry unleaded gas, when shit hits the fan, there's going to be 2 problems, and I'll explain that now. One is, unless you buy and store outside in a storage shed, pallets and pallets of those little Coleman propane tanks to run your stoves, you're going to have problems. Now, you could buy an adapter. I'll tell you, there is a secret to the Coleman stoves. You can buy an adapter, Pee Wee, and the adapter turns around. And what the adapter does is when you do the adapter, you can hook it up directly to a 5-gallon propane tank. So, say you have an adapter, right? A long adapter hose, and you run the adapter hose to your stove. You can run your propane stove on a 5-gallon 5-gallon or 10-gallon propane tank. You just get it filled and use it that way to cook your food. That's something that you can do. They have the stove adapters. You can buy the adapter attachment like $30, and it's a hose that connects directly to your stove, so you can have 5 or 10-gallon propane tank. Now, white gas is, if white gas ran out, Coleman white gas ran out, you'd be running it on unleaded gasoline. Remember, I said it's dual fuel, so the second fuel source is Coleman fuel or unleaded gasoline. Now, if you didn't know, did you ever hear about the tri-fuel engines, the LLE tri-fueled engines? The military runs a lot of engines that are specialty engines, and that is gasoline, kerosene, diesel. So any way you look at it, if you don't have one fuel source available, you can always switch to the other in war. You can fuel your tanks and your trucks by kerosene, gasoline, or diesel. If you didn't know. And so basically what I'm saying is Coleman fuel or white gas in the powerhouse stove can run unleaded gasoline. Coleman lanterns can run Coleman fuel or unleaded gasoline, but you also got to remember, because there's a worker shortage, we can't make batteries fast enough either. Triple A's and double A's. I got a couple battery powered lanterns in case power goes out, so I'm good. But point is we got to prepare. This is not just about just a food shortage. We're having a shortage on everything: batteries, fuel. They can't refine white gas fast enough. The gasoline, like I said, if you want to run a lantern for 12 hours, you'd be running it on unleaded gas. That's $5 for 12 hours. It's like 12 hours, let's just say, for a gallon of gas. So it'd be like $20 to $25 to run a little generator. I didn't afford it. That's the thing. If you want to be rude, I'll tell you it was Chloe. So there you go. It was Chloe. I don't have to say anything more. It was Chloe. Everything that we did, we stockpiled as best as possible back then. Garbage bags, dish soap, laundry soap, little dishwasher, everything that we prepped for the pandemic, thinking the pandemic would end, hasn't ended. So now we're restocking right now. So there's your question. Farmers, they raised their rates by 80 to 75 to 80% higher for meat, lamb, goat, cows, pigs, all organic, by the way. I have plenty of lanterns myself, but still, I don't have a camp stove because we're not allowed to cook a camp stove in here, but we're not allowed to use a generator either. So, you know, because the manager knows even if I chain it to the fence and run it right outside, people are going to complain about the noise while they don't have power. How much portable solar? Well, 160 watts of solar panels will power four marine batteries. 270 watt batteries for 18 hours of sunlight will power four marine grade batteries, which can power your TVs, your refrigerators, and everything else in a fifth wheel or travel trailer. Otherwise, basically, that's what the battery is. So that's why they always ask if you're boondocking in a travel trailer fifth wheel, do you need they recommend the battery charging banks with the solar panels, and you can put more than two 170 watt solar panels on your roof. Hell, you can basically make half your roof based on a fifth wheel or travel trailer that's flat to have solar, and then a couple solar panels outside too to power more. But you'd have to basically convert your half of your fifth wheel or a travel trailer storage area to batteries. So instead of having four batteries, you might have 8 or 12 batteries, which will last longer. But you also got to remember, fifth wheel or a travel trailer also has the ability to keep your freezer cold on electric and or propane. But when your propane tank runs out in those 10-gallon tanks, you're going to have to replace them with fresh propane, which ain't cheap. Why do you think no one's buying RVs right now, Higgins? I mean, think about it that way. Barbecue grills are good, but you got to also remember, are you willing to pay $15 a bag for Kingsford or Matchlight, because that's like how expensive charcoal's getting. People are stockpiling those now too. Charcoal's getting out of hand, and as long as charcoal's not being farmed out of the ground fast enough, charcoal's going to stay up there in price. Again, it's a worker shortage. So a lot of people say, "Oh well, it's not that bad, really." Keep telling yourself that, because there's people out there that don't think this is just a fad, a fad. And when the fad runs out, it runs out. You know. So you got to think about: is it a fad? Yes, it is. Or is it not a fad? Then no, it isn't. A lot of people think it's just. As Pee Wee and I talked the other day, the government ain't going to take care of you. How do you know you can't trust the police officers when the shit hits the fan? They're the first with the guns that's going to steal everyone's shit. Look, a small solar panel like this big can power, like I said, four marine batteries, 170 watts. I looked it up. I have a dream one day to have a travel trailer. My dream is the boondock all over the country, but right now is not the time. And God hasn't let me win the lotto yet. Point being is, look what's going on in the world. I mean, I'm full of knowledge, but people just have to listen. Yeah, but do you have a wood stove? Because if you have a wood stove, you're doing good. But the government's trying to take away wood stove too, Pee Wee, for the new Green Deal. Well, you have a fireplace. That's good. Hopefully, the fireplace holds up because, frankly, a wood stove would be a lot better. Like I said, we were out of power, and it was 3 or 4. We had like 7 to 10. There was 2 times in my life where we lost power for a month, and in that month, the first time around with a wood stove. No, second time. My mom said it was the best little present I could have got her. We always kept the Coleman stove on hand to cook dinners, but with me prepping and using the third bedroom as a storage area, we had so much soups and ramens. I could just put on a pot. There's 2 things we always kept on the stove. We kept one pot for water, keep the humidity in this place. Second pot was for coffee, and the third pot, because we had a percolator on there, and the third pot was to cook. Might have taken 2 hours to cook soup, but if you knew you were going to be waiting 2 hours or so, it worked well. Heck, I could have made broth on it and it'd be fine. First place, when we had those Arctic blasts and boats were sinking, we had a fireplace insert and we had enough wood. Downstairs, where Dad was living in his own little apartment, uh, he had a wood stove, so we all stayed down there anyways in the basement. I don't know what a solar panel costs. Yeah, well, at least you're set somewhat. But solar panels, I have not looked into it. All I know is it's pretty expensive. I was customizing a fifth wheel the other day, and it was like, "Do you want extra marine batteries?" They said, "Do you want extra batteries?" I was like checking off the customized form just to be funny, and it was like $8,000 for the solar panels and the extra batteries. So I think solar panels would be pretty expensive. Higgins, the thing is either you buy a gas generator if you have the money, which you right now we know you're not financially able to, or you buy a generator with inverter technology and you charge what you need when you have it. Like I said, you basically buy a small dog run and you lock it up where your generator sits and you run your cable to your house. I mean, that's the only way you're going to basically have power is if you lock it up. People are going to steal your generator when the shit hits the fan. I mean, you can't trust anyone. I mean, look, one of the prepping guys said, okay, that if you trust your neighbors, you can get through this a lot better with your neighbors. Well, let me break down my neighbor. My neighbor upstairs is a fucking hermit, doesn't like to talk to people. My neighbor next door likes to make shit up. Oh, Chloe reported me for my dog trying to attack Moppy. The third neighbor next door is a hermit too. So we got 3 hermits basically and 1 complainer. You go to Trish, I've been helping her out because her bank account's been hacked. Then you have another neighbor upstairs. He's a Jewish woman who hates everyone. And if shit hits a fan, no offense to Pee Wee, I'm not semantic, or is it anti-Semitism? But she prefers everything organic, vegetarian, or vegan. So if shit hit the fan, she'd be the first one to go hungry because she doesn't stockpile. Then you have the neighbor upstairs who's semi trying to went into remission for drug use. Then you look at the other people. Okay, you got Boatman, who's a hermit. You got Vic, who's a hermit, brings in his stuff. You have Kathy, who's a hermit and Jehovah's Witness. You have other people I don't even know. You got Patty, who's deaf, who survives a lot better than most people due to the fact that she's actually from Alaska. And then you have Denise, who's moving. And then Sister Diana and her ex-husband, who's living together, is a hermit too, with her son Dante. So you got all these neighbors that are freaking hermits. You think they're going to be wanting to help each other out during a pandemic? No, they're going to be basically locked up in their house because they're single people. Eventually cutting corners like, do I want to drive my minivan or do I want to drive the car? I mean, there's only a few neighbors I truly trust. Most of them I don't trust with a 10-foot pole. I don't know. That's what I said. I just said solar panels aren't expensive. Let me go look it up. I mean, since you asked, Higgins, I'll look it up. Okay. All right. So let me see here. Okay, hold on. I found it. So Pee Wee asked a question. Okay. So in California, a 6 kilowatt solar system will cost you almost $16,000. That's in California. For Michigan, where Higgins is at $16,100. In Washington, where I live, oh, in Texas, it's 15,000. In Washington, it's 15,000. So there you go. That tells you right there for a 6 kilowatt system, it's $15,000. So it'll cost you $15,000 to $16,000, Higgin, for 2002 prices for solar watts. Solar watts just to charge some 6 kilowatts. You're looking at approximately 16,000. So say you use 1,000 kilowatts a month. So that would mean you'd need about um, 16,000, 10 panels. That would be 60 watts. Um, is approximately, I got the calculator, so let's just put it this way. Okay, let's just do 15,000 times, that's 6 watts, times 10 is 60 watts, times uh, 10 again. So that's uh 100. So to get 600 watts of power at 6 watts is 600, which is 100. So go 15,000 times 100 is approximately $1.5 million. So you'd look at $3 million in solar panels just to continue to use your, which is a lifetime expense as long as the solar doesn't break, right? But then you got to basically put in the chart. That's including the charging station. So eventually you'd have to have every 5 or 10 years to change out your battery. So just to get enough power for your house, and just hypothetically, it's about $3 million, give or take. That's why you put your solar panels mounted on the roof, Pee Wee. No, I basically looked at the basic prices. Solar is not cheap, Higgins. Just to have something what you want is probably going to cost you about $2,000 or $3,000 by itself for what you want. Look, you gotta break it down, Higgins. If $15,000 is for 6 kilowatts, drop it down to take 15,000 divided by 6. Okay, if you want something less than 1 kilowatt, you're looking at probably $1,500 or $3,000. So I got the calculator, so let me just look it up real quick. So you take 15,000 divided by 6. That'll tell you exactly what a kilowatt's going to cost you just for a basic small generator or a small solar panel. So 15,000 divided by 6. You're looking at $2,500 per kilowatt. So do you have $2,500? See, that's the math. Just go buy one on Amazon. Buy an OEM USB. I got a 30. What is it? The Dinky gave me a 15-foot USB charger that plugs right into my phone, so I could be halfway across the room and charge my tablet when I need to. Yeah, well, I just gave you the answer, Pee Wee. It's like $16,000 for 6 kilowatt system. That only drops your bill by 6 kilowatts. You still, Yeah, well, then go ahead and buy it. I don't trust Harbor Freight because they're freaking from China, dude. I mean, that's the thing. If you want to buy something from Harbor Freight, feel free to, because frankly, I won't. I won't stop you. That's the thing. If and when it loads, So yeah, see, that's the thing. 7 watt solar panel, right? But then you need the battery to basically charge it up. So they give you a USB, a battery terminal clamp, cigarette lighter adapter, and a mounting hardware. But you still need the battery to put it to do it. And brand Thunderbolt, auto light adapter DC. Basically, you plug your thing in. So unless your battery runs on, unless your charger runs on a USB thing, um, that might be able to power your cell phone. You know. So I mean, so to me, I think that's what you want to do. So to me, it's up to you. 100 watt monocrystal solar panel. See, this is for RVs. $130. See that but the thing is if I put it out there, they basically steal it anyways. Thing is, you got to ask yourself. So you know, So basically, you got to ask yourself. Me, if you want to spend the money, feel free to. Me, I'm not setting up solar because someone would steal it here. I would buy power. I would buy a new USB cable. Okay, if you're watching this on your TV, then let me tell you what I would recommend. Okay, I would recommend buying a new cable from Amazon, an OEM cable. Replace it. Then I would look at a secondary backup like a battery charger or a charging one of those emergency power USB or uh, what do they call those? Battery banks in case your power goes out. You can still run your computer. I just plug in your phone there and let it keep charging. Because that's the only advice I can give you is to do it that way. Is to buy yourself um, a um, a charging port. I mean, we're living in a world where we're going to have problems, so we need to basically prepare for it. And you need to basically make some cost cutting affection things and basically put that as a priority. I mean, look, I use a flip phone. My flip phone, wherever it is, I think it's on the bed. I don't know. No, it's here. I use a flip phone. And because of it, charging it's going to be easy. The smartphone won't take that much juice either. Yeah, see, that's what I was just explaining. You see, Sister Pee Wee and I we're like soulmates, like sisters. Yeah, soulmate sisters because we both connect the same way. The generator, if I plugged it right outside my door, neighbors would complain. If I plugged it upstairs and chained it up to the lattice work or the metal frame right above the new handles they put up for the stairs, people would complain about the echoing. It's not. It sounds like the generator sounds like a weed whacker engine. So, do you think I want a weed whacker, a light, small riding lawnmower engine running thing? No, people would be like, "Oh yeah, the power's up, but they got a generator." I mean, the other problem is where do you? I live in an apartment, so where do you store the fuel? I mean, literally, keep a gas can. Someone just pinch the gas can and put it in their car. Oh, look, Rita left a 5 gallon gas can. Then the generator doesn't run. Then they just run around in my gas. I mean, Pee Wee's completely right, when it comes to the facts there that makes noise. People will steal it. That's why you got to adapt. And by the way, no one has ever brought up the other problem when it comes to power problems. People say, "Oh, well, what's the next problem?" The next problem is scary, and that is that and Pee Wee basically gave me a link the other day, and truckers are taking a lot of times right now to find loads, or there is no loads because there's no truck chassis. I've said this time and time again, but no one listens. No one fucking listens. People say, "Oh, well, no one, what do we do?" You don't do anything. You basically sit on your ass and you wait, But still, people are seeing the supply chains disrupted. And that doesn't include the other problem again, which is the electrical grid. If the power grid went down, which we're very volatile because we don't have any parts to repair and replace it. So what happens? That means your internet system and your comms don't work. The towers don't work, the power of the cell phone towers. That leaves you with either trying to get satellite, which is very expensive. Satellite phones is expensive as hell, unless you plan to use it and you keep re-upping your minutes every year. Then the satellite phone as a backup is a bad idea. So basically what you got to ask yourself is the power grid goes down, you're basically losing your internet, your phone service, your cell towers, your internet services, your cable systems. The entire grid goes down. You won't have television. You won't have cell phone service. You won't have any communications with the outside fucking world. Unless you have a police scanner. Let me show you mine. Mine actually is a triple. I got two scanners, base station and then a portable. This portable one was $500. My husband got it for me. You know what this does? This basically pulls up. This pulls up not just police traffic. I mean, I remember one time I was sitting there listening to this with a power outage. And I heard, "Yes, I'm going over to Rita's place. Got to talk to her about something, And I said to Chloe, "Wait." And Chloe says, "Oh, why am I waiting? I'm going to get ice." I said, "You're going to love this." Zach, who's a good guy, knocks on the door. And I said, "I've been expecting you." He says, "What do you mean? No one knows I'm coming." And I said, "Yeah, I have a police scanner." He didn't say, "Oh, they need to be banned." I just said, "I have a police scanner." What happened? He says, so it still works on the frequency. I said, "Oh, yeah." I said, "It also scans for marine bands. Scans for NASCAR, scans for, this has ham radio. I can actually listen to the hammers. If the ham, that's the other thing. If there's a problem, you want one of these that can basically still pick up ham radio. That's the thing. If you don't have a scanner like I do, you're not going to basically do anything, Hey, Chloe, you're leaving? Hold on a sec. See. Chloe. Fine. Yeah, so basically, I was just asking Chloe a question. So, you still got the keys, I think. But no, basically, look what's going on, right? Ham radio. This pulls up public works. So if the power goes out, I can tune into the public works channel for the power company so they can tell me. I mean, let's see. It says multi-system trunking system, right? This is a triple trunking. Weather report at any time. You got the weather report. You got different modes, You can trunk it for man. You can trunk it. You can weather scan it for anything functions. You can find ham radios. You can find anything and everything. You can pick up Citizen Band. You can pick up everything. All you need to know is have one of these available in case power goes out. I keep a lot of batteries just to make sure I have my news. This is going to be one of the best investments ever if the power goes out and we can't get power restored. This will tell me exactly everything I need to know. And why do I have one? I'll tell you. My husband thought I was a prepper, but he also thought I was a... See, I'd go to Uncle Donnie's place. The story goes, I'd go to Uncle Donnie's place. I'd sit in with him all the time. Uncle Donnie's the one that named Moppy for Mop Top. And it looked like an old mop head. And so while I was over there, one day I said to my husband, I just can't get enough of the scanner. There's so much information, right? So he goes down and makes a deal with the last one, the last triple trunk. He walks in and he saw Ron. Ron was one of the owners at the Radio Shack. His ex-wife was a bitch. She was a nurse and became the property manager of our apartment. And he says, I got a $500 scanner here. Do you want to buy it? And he says, do you have a base station one too? He said, yeah. So I have a base station in the office and this one as an emergency backup. And this one here has always been reliable. Now, some places have basically blocked the police channels. And people say, oh, well, my scanner is useless. It ain't useless. If you got 1,000 channels, it'll scan ham radio. It'll scan NASCAR. It'll scan airports. It's got marine bands. I can listen to the marine bands anytime I want down at the water. I can listen to the ferries. I can listen to the public utilities. Heck, I can tune in the city to the buses, talking to the buses, the bus depots. I can tune into so many things. I remember my cousin in Oregon. I took this and he didn't know I had this and I was listening to headphones. He said, why are you smiling? I said, oh, I'm just picking up the local police chatter. And I can pick up firefights. I can pick up ambulances, fire stations. There's even a radio frequency if the power goes out for the hospitals. I mean, I can literally listen to anything. Now, why do you think I completely say these are very good? I'll tell you why, for prepping purposes. Now, I want you to listen carefully. You can buy a rechargeable for prepping. I have one. A rechargeable portable television, but the antenna can't move. So if you're in the car, the TV won't work. Why? Because they decided 20 years or 15 to 20 years ago when they took away analog signal that we would go digital. But when we went digital, what happened? It screwed the infrastructure. Excuse me 1 second. It screwed the infrastructure up. Why? Because you're going to him out like battery. I'll be gaming soon, but I'm still discussing things. When you game, I'll just leave you alone. Yeah, check on Bobby's snacks already. What's the latest? He keeps pounding me about his status update and snacks. Shouldn't take too long. Just walk in, go to accounts and say, prepping for shipment or shipment. I gotta do something, so let me know. Let me put it to you this way, everyone. I want to show you this, okay? I bought this on eBay. The guy said it would work. It doesn't work anymore. It won't even do 911. But look at this. Right? Case of emergency. Right? This was the most highest band phone in America. They're still mounted in ambulances, but they're taking away the ability because of smartphones, right? If the government decided that we needed these phones. Hasn't been shipped yet. Okay. If we needed something like this, the government would allow us to use something like this, right? Look at this. Instead, this is the most highest band phone. It used to work in rural communities. But the government wanted to track you. So what did they do? They decided to make it non-tracking. Right? So I could plug this in. I could power this up. The battery, I could replace the battery, but the phone is useless. I was doing this for prepping purposes because they said they could still use it. They turned off the towers for this. But this power has more power than a cell phone. Why? Because they want to prepare you for anarchy and chaos. That's right. That's why they don't want these phones ever used again. I always thought it was this side, but this is the dial part and the phone part's this way, see? So what did they do? They took away our abilities to have a high-powered phone. So they want us to basically be in the dark. Then they decided, while being in the dark, this is true, that they wanted us to be in the dark. So first they took away the portable analog television systems. Can't use them anymore. You can put batteries in it, you'll just get static. They don't want you to know what they're doing. You get a portable digital TV. You might pick, where we live on an island, you could use the external booster antenna, which we have in the back. Won't work anyways. Won't pick up Canadians. But if there's no power to the TV station. So you're still in the dark. So your best bet is to keep a scanner on hand at all times. You might have better yet. By the way, the Marine bands, if the Coast Guard was patrolling, we'd know it. Because it'll pull up Marine bands. It'll basically pull up anything. It's got a fast reload speed. You can spend $100 or you can spend $500 for a scanner. And that scanner is going to be one of your best tools for being in the world. And especially during a panic. No one talks about scanners. No one says, oh, well, people say, oh, well, I have a license or a ham radio. Yeah, the ham radio people that have the licenses, they'll be fine. But what if there's no power? They have to run a generator on the middle of nowhere to power the tower, to power the radio signal to get it out. Whereas everyone else can listen in if they have a scanner. Scanner will last 24 hours on one set of batteries. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is knowing what needs to be, Well, let me see. Dan's call sign is KE6LO. I guess you guys got a ham radio. Yeah, well, see, I know a guy that has a ham radio's license in Sacramento, Mike. And Mike is a great guy. So technically, but I have a scanner too that picks up all ham signals. So at least you're prepared. See? Pee-wee's prepared. But Sister Pee-wee's never brought it up till now either, because some people don't talk about the scanners. I mean, I remember one time the neighbor came out, right? And he's like, well, we're going to have a power outage. It's going to be 3 weeks. I said, no, they're working on it. How do you know? You don't have any info. I don't have any info. I said, I have a scanner. And he said, what? I said, it's plugged to the public. It's powered to the, attuned to all channels, including Public Works. When something comes on, it basically pulls up Public Works, so I know what's going on, when it's going on, and how it's going on. He said, oh, so don't tell me I don't know the news. I'm better suited than most people. Yeah, it is an expensive hobby. Yeah, well, the thing is when you have a scanner, like I have the triple trunking, I have multiple scanners myself. Thing is, it's not just a police scanner; it's a scanner for all communications. It's a scanner for radio, for police, fire, EMS, hospitals, NASCAR, Air Force One. That's mine. Picks up Air Force One if it's in the area. It picks up. I think picks up ham radio, Marine band radio, CB radio, Citizen band. It picks up everything from all frequencies. I mean, dad's basically picked up like police only, but mine picks up all the police frequencies, ham radio frequencies, everything. If someone's using a ham, it'll pick it up. I've heard good conversations, and you want during a pandemic or a complete global shutdown of the nation, you're going to want a scanner to listen to the ham operators because they're your best source of news. Remember in Independence Day, ham radio operators are your best source of news. Why? Because the government doesn't sit there. Has anyone ever heard the other problem? Huh? The other problem is this, right? You go to any stores, right? You have to go to specialty stores now for scanners. Specialty stores. Because no one tells you anything anymore. That's the thing. No one tells you. That's the thing. I'm looking at base station scanners right now. So base station, top of the line Whistler scanner is $700. You want to get something good, unit and home control 2 scanner. 2 capability programming, no programming, 1-2 trunk conversional, 2 gig storage, factory program, zip code entry, EMS, city selection for instant receptionist. You want a cheaper one, you're paying $519, you're paying $400, you're paying $299. Base stations sold out. Everything else, I would go with Unit and Bearcat myself. So I would go with the base station for $200. Trunk Tracker 3, location based police scanner. This just says police scanner. You actually want one that's a mobile police scanner. These are all police scanners. So this one's a Whistler Unidan again, $399. Unidan's $519. You got to read them all because if your scanner doesn't pick up everything, you're screwed. So let's see. Non-digital trunking scanner uses base or mobile, includes loads of traffic features. Let's see. It has GPS operations. Pre-programming, let me see what it does. Okay, it says it has a cigarette lighter, telescopic CD-ROM manual. And it doesn't give us what it does. Features. Type 1, Type 2, UHS, VHS, EDAX, narrow scat, including EDAX, bear tracker, warning, temporary lockout, startup, alert channels, channel number, tagging, state-by-state programming channels, close fire tone out. There you go. So it basically has all that. You want to read those. So, for $500, you just want to scroll down and see what it has. Coverages, channels, 25,000 channels, 500 maximum. That one's 25,000. That's a unit in this one here. It talks about channels. You got to look at your channels. It says features, limit, 9,000 channels. So this one's 9,000 channels. So you want more channels. You basically get a bigger scanner, pay more. Cheaper scanner, like I said. This one is approximately $200. Get you this is just the features. Yeah, it shows everything you can do with the basic one. So but it doesn't show everything for this one. Frequency unit in the box. This one has a Project 25 4 gigs. So this one doesn't say what it has channel wise. This one, like I said, has 25,000. This one has approximately I haven't scanned down yet. This has 9,000. So this one here for 9,000 channels, you're basically plunking down $200. This one here has 25,000. You're plunking down approximately $400. I'd go with the fucking $400 jobby myself. Then you have the 9,000 channel is pretty damn good. The other ones that are more money, they're not telling you what it's costing. They're just saying, it's $520. They're not telling you how much it is. But I would go with portable anyway. Look at it where you can just put batteries in it. This shows doesn't show how many channels for $500. Now portable is different. Portable is different. Again, you got to look at it this way. So this one's 200 channel, 500 channel, 500 channel, 1,800 frequencies. This one is 25,000 dynamic. That's a unit in. So you want at least the 25,000. This one's $519 for a home patrol. This is this, and then you got the unit in. So for $520, you get to a. Can you actually see that? Okay, so yeah, so yeah, so you got Bearcat there, and it's 400. So 25,000 channels, runs on AA batteries. I mean, this is I know a place that sells them. So, that's why you got to ask yourself, are you willing to, you know, go ahead with those things? There's three I would choose, you know. So there you have it. Yeah, well, I'm sharing the info because as a prepper, Pee Wee, that's the only reason why I'm sharing it. I mean, the scanner is going to be one of the best tools you have, more than your cell phone. I mean, literally, Chloe would sit there in the chair and just listen to the Marina band and the police band. I mean, that's how I told Chloe this. They were coming, APS the one day. But I also told Chloe outright, the best tool to have is a scanner. And, at first she's like, oh, well, it's pretty useless, and then she realized during an power outage, that thing basically saved us more time than anything.
My grandpa in Ohio, and he used to work for Ohio Power. He had a scanner sitting on top of the refrigerator, and I remember one time there was a huge storm in the Rust Belt, right, where they said that we heard on the radio that there were powermen on boats fixing power lines, and they had to send some local power people from Steubenville up to Canada to fix their power.
See, that's just amazing. The scanner can tell you all this info. I mean, think of it. Like I said, where is the high-powered cell phones, the bad phones they used to use, car phones, brick phones? The brick phones used to work until like 15, 20 years ago. The big Motorola brick phones like Zach used and Saved by the Bell, gone. Flip phones used to be fine, but they dissolved them, saying, oh, you need a smaller phone, and then a smaller phone, and then a smaller phone. Now you need a smartphone for tracking. Why? Because Uncle Sam wants to know where you're at. But Uncle Sam doesn't realize that if the freaking power grid is completely gone or fried because of some collapse of the nation, that means your banking system's gone, your computers are gone, everything's gone. The only way you're going to know your news is your scanner. You're not going to know it through your portable TV because there's no power to the damn nation. Your television things. The only thing is that some of the ham radios are going to have to make sure that they have plenty of gasoline to run their generators to keep the ham radios going. Otherwise, people in their trucks, people in their marine boats, I mean, the ferries can charge their batteries as they go. So the ferry ships, the U.S. Navy and the Coast Guard ships and the Canadian Coast Guard, they're going to have their radios set so people can tune in. And you'll know through their channels what's going on. But everything else, nothing. I mean, they're going to make sure the police basically use radios, when they have to, to get your news. Thing is, no mail yet. Figures, no mail yet. It's 4:30. Says we had mail coming today. Supposedly, the USPS said mail was due in today, but I don't see anything. So, anyways, I haven't checked my. Did I check my Amazon thing again? I don't know. I haven't checked. I'll check Amazon and thing. I think I have, and it was like, Tuesday or Wednesday now. Yeah, yeah. I talked about it earlier in the video. Okay, so today's mail was 3 pieces. It's already 4:30, so I assume the mailman ain't coming. So, that's 4:30. So I will check the boxes soon. If it doesn't come, I will check it. And that Dan was a major nerd, not so much. Well, my friend Mike still uses ham radio, but he uses ham radios through his computer and then a power outage. He's got a portable one, but we have a portable scanner and a base scanner and 2 ham radios. Yeah, well, Dan might want to get into the ham radio, because just in case, But the thing is like I said, one of the best tools to have on hand is a ham radio, or a or a or a My dad was a ham radio. My dad also believed the scanner was one of the best tools in case of power outage. You know. Yeah, well, the point is you got to look at the big picture, too. I mean, so you just got to prep. He has it all. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm prepping too, sis. And it's scary. It literally is scary to no end. I mean, we have a problem that's basically brewing, and that no one's talking about the certain issues, like the bag phones. They discontinued them so they can control the people. And now that people are sitting there basically like me, I keep my phone off mostly. I don't even leave it on unless I have to. And yet the bag phone, they discontinued. Black and white TVs, they took that away. I'd rather use my black and white Watchmen or my color Watchmen, that they don't even work anymore. I mean, literally. And if the power out is out, the TV's useless anyways. Due to the fact that there's no signal over the air, what are they going to do? Turn on a generator and run a 30-minute show every day of what's going on in the media? I mean, one year we even conversed with guys in Hawaii. Yeah, most of my friend Mike conversed with people all over the world. Last time I checked in on him, he was talking to Russia, It's been a couple years. Found out I moved, but he never even takes the time to contact to check in with me. Yeah, well, I would basically have him set it up when he has time for you. Not that you're licensed, but so you can actually listen or something, because it's going to get rough, and it's going to get really, really bad. And that's why I keep telling people to prep. Not just to have an emergency backup radio, but everything. We're going to see shit hit the fan pretty hard soon. And when it does, we're all going to be screwed. Now, a lot of people, like my father-in-law, doesn't think anything's going to happen. Oh, give it to God. You know what I'm afraid of, Pee Wee? I'll tell you. I'm afraid by the time that the 2024 presidential election happens, there's not a country left. That's what I'm afraid of. Do you see that report with Russia? I mean, I don't mind the Ruskies. I really don't. I have no beef with the Ruskies. But Putin's like, oh, yeah, we need The European nations and America's gonna fall. Okay, cool. That sounds great. But in the meantime, I'm more worried about China. China's basically, everything's happening for a reason. You know. I want to check something. There you go. How much are they charging this for it? $170. Oh, that ain't bad at all, actually. It's cheaper. Well, what about this one? There we go. And this is $359. Oh yeah, you could save a shit pot full of money for this one. Hmm. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me see the other one. There we go. I'm gonna check something. Frequently asked questions. I like Amazon, they tell you. Hold on. Hold on. Let me look. Okay. So basically, if you want to pay more, you have to. Hold on. Let me see what this is. Nope, doesn't say. Okay. I'll figure it out. You know what? I'll just email them. So go contact us. I gotta use the restroom real quick, so give me a moment. I'm just gonna email this real quick because I have a question. All right, so there you go. That was emailed. There you go. So, emailed. Oh, okay. Now Amazon's asking me for my password again, which is rare. Always keep it in. All right. Yeah. Okay. So I asked a question. Hopefully we get an answer. Oh, this is pre-programmed. Okay. All right. This one is shows this one. All right. So like the $200 Java. 1 year we even consider the plan here is everyone in the family comes here with their guns, food, clothing, bedding, back roads to get here. Yeah, I understand he's a busy man, but you know what? Guns aren't going to save people if there's an ammo shortage either, Pee Wee. That's something that not many people talk about. The guns. There is a an ammo shortage too. There's an ammo shortage, firearm shortage, etc., etc. We have to be prepared for the worst. I mean, literally, for all we know, the government could basically block everything out. So people can't travel either. They're going to have the army dispatched quicker and quicker and call martial law. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. If there's martial law, which is highly likely, is what God's saying, you think that anyone's going to be leaving their freaking houses? Not something no one talks about. They think, oh, we'll just get in our Jeep and drive away. It doesn't work that way if there's martial law. Be right back, everyone. Bathroom break. Yep, martial law. That's something people don't think about. better answer this. Everyone knows I'm actually watching Pee-wee's comments. I was on the toilet. So Pee-wee says dog food. Has anyone realized dog food went up 60% in price? I know Pee-wee's probably sitting there going, 60%? Yes. And bunny food went up 30%. So for some of you wondering, I know the new people, we have 6 people watching about prepping and anything else in between. It's been nonstop today for 2 hours about prepping, so I want to share with you this. For some of you curious, bunny food has went up. I know Pee-wee's going to say, it's the baby. Bunny food went up 30%. Dog food went up 60%. Apparently, dog food snacks went down in price, like Moppy's T-Bones went down. Hi. And bunny logs went up in price too by 25%. The tasty bunny logs. Hi. See? Even people like that's tuned in, the 5 that's watching right now, you get a front row seat to Bun to this today. See, isn't he cute? So you need to stockpile food too. So Chloe, of course, took some of her gift cards from Amazon that her mom gave her and bought not one, but 4 40-pound bags of dog food. By the way, we had to literally look for the 40 pounds of dog food due to the fact that the dog food, quote unquote, is harder to get a hold of. Now, before you ask, they're trying to downsize the dog food bags. So prepare. Now, something I want to tell you preppers out there. Every day I do tip of the days. I'm starting to do the tip of the day. So I got several tips for you today. That's very important to prepping. I want you to hear them. I want moderator Pee-wee, who's with us, to say yay or nay on it. Okay, here we go. 1, only buy what is needed. Tip of the day, only buy what is needed. I play these online farm games, right? For years. I only buy the crops I need and what I need, when I need, how I need. That's one reason why I know so much about these farm games and prepping. But 2, tip of the day number 2 is, tip of the day 1 is buy only what is needed. Don't buy anything else. Don't buy junk. You want to upgrade your phone? Ask yourself, can you afford it? Or can you wait? Because shit's going to hit the fan. It's going to hit the fan real hard. Shit's going to hit the fan, motherfucker, and it's going to hit real hard. Dude. Another gunfight. Body count in the house. So, honestly, look around. Literally, that's the tune you got to think about. Shit's going to hit the fan. It's going to hit the fan real hard. Think about it. We're in a community where people need to prep. Tip of the day number 2. Right? Prep. Keep prepping. Check your prices. Plan your food out. If you can only buy supplies once a month, plan it carefully. Keep checking prices. Check prices daily. This is why I come on here. I spend my time, I check the prices of everything from canned meats to ramens to beans to rice to soups. Things that you're going to need. Things that will be easy to cook. Now, some people say, oh, well, I live in an apartment and they won't let you have a camp stove. Simple. You have enough room. Set up a little card table in the back and keep the window open. You keep the window open. You keep the window open near where you're cooking your camp stove and you can eat it. Or you just go outside the door, which the manager will evict you for, and you pump it right there and you cook it right there. Then people say, oh, Rita's all tried cooking bacon. So you open the thingy. Yeah, the fumes alone in an enclosed area is not good. So that's why they say, oh, thing is, the other thing is canned goods can be used. Tip of the day 3, can be used eaten cold if you really have to eat cold food. Higgins, if you want to take your retro checking, buy a TV, go for it if you get on disability. To me, I wouldn't waste the money on a TV right now. The thing is, we're going to be seeing some serious shit, and it's going to get bad. So, hopefully that was just a joke, because frankly, I mean, literally, shit's going to hit the fan really hard, and when it does, you're going to all be hurting. So prep. That's the keyword, prep. Fourth tip of the day, a big one here. If you know you can get away with using a camp stove and a gas-powered lantern, think about it. But just remember, you got to store your fuel somewhere, so batteries are good. Look for affordable battery lanterns that will last a long time. Tip number 5, look for camp stoves just in case. Tip number 6 is a big one. Don't worry about movies. People say, oh, well, there's a guy in Norway that says, oh, you need to stockpile for the pandemic and you need to stockpile for the Great Reset, get movies. How do you get movies and watch movies if there's no power? Think of it. Our power grid is so fragile. Look what happened in Texas. You don't need to focus on movies, okay? I mean, literally. Now, if you get hold of an old Game Boy, just keep swapping batteries out and play your Game Boy, But again, eventually, that's the thing. It'll be a battery drainer. So you got to ask yourself, you want your battery for a Game Boy or your Game Gear or something, or do you want it for something else? You can always find some affordable portable handheld systems. But you got to ask yourself, will the battery last? Plain and simple. Will battery last? People say, oh, well, the battery should last. Maybe. Think of the power outage. Think of the problems coming. Tip of the day 7. I believe we're on 7, right? 4 is done, 5's done. Yeah, 6 I think is done. Is books. Always get a few books when you can. When you're prepping, always buy 1 or 2 books. Maybe get like 4 books a month if you can afford it at the thrift store or something that catches your eye, and read. Read during the daylight if you're in an apartment or disabled. At night, sleep early. And make sure you have a dog. That's another tip. Tip of the day 9. 8. Doggies will come in handy. Moppy's a barker. The neighbor next door is a barker. Someone comes to our door and tries to raid it. The dogs are going to be yapping so much. All we got to do is look at, they're not going to be thinking twice when they, unless they're really hungry and they think they'll kill the dog and eat the dog. They're going to basically say, shit, they have a dog, right? The only time you're vulnerable is if you're walking the dog. That's why you arm yourself. Black powder pistol, crossbow, sword, something. You go in, get the dog to empty himself. You pick up the poo, throw it away, and you move your back as fast as possible during that. That's one of the main reasons you can survive. I mean, literally, that's something you need to think about. Secondly, another tip of the day, which I was talking about earlier, was orders, right? You say, oh, well, let me put it this way. I just clicked on some ramen, right? Some ramen said expected June 3rd, right? Let me just tell you something. June 23rd, right? For example, another tip of the day. For example, you click on this, right? It says current delivery is July 8th. So if you don't have a shipment of it and you already paid for it and your food stamps is $20 and $30 less and you're waiting, they're telling you right there that they're going to delay it. There is none in stock. People sucked it all up, and now you got to wait till July 8th minimum. So even if you ordered it, it said, oh, your order will be in 2 days. Now it's saying your order is going to be delayed till July 8th, because when you look at the thing, it says filled. And currently, July 8th, that's when your nurse, the thing is they're selling out like hotcakes. So I want you guys to realize that. Like my mac and cheese, they've sent 6 boxes. They're breaking them down in like 3 and 6 boxes increments. They're going by truck. So currently it left Illinois this morning. So think about that. If you're thinking you're going to get a deal on multiple bulk, you're not. Thing is, you're not going to. That's the thing. You're going to basically be waiting. They broke down another box right here, and it says, "Oh, is it shipped?" Yes. When's it going to be delivered? It left California today, so it's on a truck, which will be 5 days. So anything you buy, you need to find out, like dog food, like right, pedigree dog food. We ordered, Chloe ordered some, right? Small dog, 15.9 pounds, right? You can actually go bigger than that. I think if you click on the name here and then go over here, right, it says June 24th. So Friday. So it's due in if you order it today. But what if you want a bigger bag? Say you want a bigger bag. So, pedigree small dog, right? And you want bigger than 15 pounds. 15 pounds, $14. But say you want a small dog right here, vegetable kibble flavor, 3.5 pounds or 5 pounds. So basically, you got to look at it. Do you want, here you go, 20-pound bag of pedigree dog food due in June 27th, right? Minimum. It's a 30-pound bag right there. That's all right, a 20-pound bag. So that's as big as you get. They're not giving you, that's a grilled steak. So grilled steak is approximately $30 for one bag of 20. So you look at it, you say, okay, I'll take the 15-pound bag for 14. And then what you do is you take the 14-pound bag and you buy 4 15.9 bags like Chloe does. Throw them in there, and because Moppy eats maybe 6 pounds a month, maybe, give or take, 3.5-pound bag, depending on if he's scarfing it, lasts 2 weeks, 7 pounds a month. That's a 2-month bag at 15 pounds, so 16 pounds. So say 4 bags, that'll be 8 months. So you just buy basically 3 more bags, stockpile it, and that's one of the tips that you would do is you stockpile. Another tip is make a list of everything you need that you use on a basis and start buying it and stockpiling it like crazy. And I mean, not just dog food, but I mean ramen, beans. By the way, always check your prices. That's another tip of the day. Check your prices. You don't want to sit there and literally run out of something. Go, oh yeah, I'm Higgins. I'm going to wait next week till the price goes down. And then it goes up twofold. And then you're like, oh, I'll just wait for it to drop down. 3 years later, still at a higher price. I mean, literally. Someone said to me today, okay, I want to share this with you. This was a comment. Someone actually watched one of my videos. I thought it was funny afterwards. And he said, and I quote, in the comments, he said, and I quote from him, I'm loading it up. It says, comments. Hi, soon a loaf of bread will cost a day's wages. I was talking about that yesterday in the Bible. See Revelation 6. We're living in the end times, a 7-year tribulation with the world leader, the Antichrist. The Antichrist hasn't even showed up yet, so don't buy that BS yet. Is around the corner. That's God's judgment upon all unbelievers, really. Well, maybe, but why would God do it now? You see, because there's a 7-year tribulation, then Jesus comes down, and then the world's done, and then we don't have anything. What's he doing? Doing it now because there's too much corruption, greed. But there is hope. Get saved and be raptured ready. Accept Jesus. Look, I'm already accepted. I'm an ordained minister, so this guy can't tell me I don't know what I need to know. Look, I'm well versed in the Bible. If you believe in John 3:16, 5:24, and 6:47, you're saved. But you have to truly believe that he's died for your sins too. Accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior today. Yeah, okay, let's see. Read more. Please study biblical end times prophecy. Listen to Don Rhodes on end times chronology. Look, let me put it to you this way. Okay? I got to use the bathroom again. The problem with biblical prophecies is, and I'm going to pull up the Bible for a second, okay? I'm going to pull out my Bible. I'm going to sit down for a minute, and we're going to talk about end times for a minute. The end times, people say, oh, the end times are near. Right, the end times are near. Thing is, that the end times is only near when Jesus and God says the end times is near. They don't tell you when the end times is near. That's the thing. So let me find my Bible. I'm going to just grab a basic Bible, not the NLT Bible. It says Revelation 6. Let's look up Revelation 6. Because frankly, I'm tired of these people saying, oh, the end times are here. No, they're not. The end times is not here. When someone created Revelations, the Catholic Church was skeptical about putting Revelations in the Bible. But since someone wants to say Revelation 6, let's look it up. Revelation 6. The Lamb breaks the first seals. Okay, so it says here, what are we looking at? Be back later. Shopping now. Well, that's fine. Do what you wish, Pee-wee. I'm going to basically get this ending soon. As I watched, the Lamb broke the first of the 7 seals on the scroll, and one of the 4 living beings called out. Okay. With a voice that sounded like thunder, come. I looked upon, all right, hold on. Its rider carried a bow and a crown was placed on his head. He rode out to win many battles and gain the victory. Remember, the Bible says that there's going to be rumors of war and pestilence and famine. Okay. When the Lamb broke the second seal, I heard them as a living being saying, come. And another horse appeared, red one. Its rider was given a mighty sword and the authority to remove peace from the earth. And there was war and slaughter everywhere. You see any war and slaughter right now? No. When the Lamb broke the third seal, I heard the living being say, come, and looked and saw a black horse, and its rider holding a pair of scales in his hands. And the voice from among the 4 living beings said, a loaf of wheat bread or 3 loaves of barley for a day's pay. Yeah, okay. That might be the first part of the prophets, but the first 2, you don't see the slaughter right now, so. And don't waste the olive oil and wine. And when the Lamb broke the 4th seal, come look up, saw a horse color, was pale green like corpse, and death was the name of the rider who was followed around by the grave. Given authority of 1/4 the earth to kill with the sword, famine, disease, and wild animals. Now, Pee-wee said that 2 billion people might die. Maybe it's 3 billion, give or take the population. Yeah. Kill with the sword and famine and disease. Famine is food shortages. Yeah, okay. And wild animals. When the Lamb broke the 5th seal, yeah, okay, martyred the word of God and being faithful in their witness, they called loudly and said, how long will it before you judge the people who belong to this world for what they have done to us? That means like the saints got slaughtered. They have done this when they'll avenge our blood against these people. Then a white robe was given to each of them and told them to rest a little longer until the full member of the servants of Jesus had been martyred. Then it talks about broke the 6th seal, great earthquake, sun has become as dark as black cloth, and the moon became red as blood. And the stars of the sky fell to the earth like green figs, and trees shaken by mighty winds. Sky was rolled up like a scroll and taken away, and the mountains and all island disappears. Then the kings of the earth, the rulers, generals, wealthy people, and great power, every slave and every free person hid themselves in caves amongst the rocks and mountains and cried to the mountain, the rocks fall behind us because we do not want to face the God's wrath. Yeah. So basically, when they break the 7th seal, says here, the 7th seal, then there's the first 7 trumpets. So it goes from the 7th seal switches over to all this, and then the 7 trumpets. Then, after the 7 trumpets, then a little later it talks about the the 7 vials of the final God's wrath within 1,000-year time frame, apparently. See, Revelation's been misconstrued, you know. See, it talks about fire and brimstone and everything, all these things happening, and the fourth angel blues trumpet, yada, yada, yada. So if you look at it, this guy is talking about we're in the beginning stages of Revelation. Yeah, if you want to believe that. Some people say, oh, well, aren't we? No, we're not. Because if we were, we would know this. We're not in Revelations right now, anyways. I wish we were, but we're not. That's the real problem of the future. We're not. The future is not here. That's the thing. All these people say, oh, well, the Antichrist would have showed himself by now. If the Antichrist is an anti-Christian, non-religious person that believes in what he believes. For all we know, the Antichrist could be that guy that wrote the QAnon thing, right? The Antichrist could be Donald Trump. The Antichrist could be Ron DeSantis. The Antichrist could be anyone. And I mean anyone. It could be me. Hypothetically not. I'm a God-fearing person. Could be Chloe. Could be anyone who does not believe in God. Anyone who believes science over God, or anyone who believes they can blast a rocket to Mars, So Pee-wee said she's shopping, So anyways, we got 4 people watching. I've been doing this for 3 hours. I do need a break eventually because I have things to do, and it doesn't include, being here all day because, we have Higgins and myself, and I'm not counted as a watcher. We have Higgins and myself. We have Brother Higgins and myself. And myself ain't counted. So we have 3 other people, and apparently Zoe's gone. So we have 3 likes, 4 people watching. I'd like you guys, the watchers, if you're not blocked, trust me, I've blocked a few people for rude behavior. That if you're not blocked, give a shout out. Come on into the chat. Say hello. We don't bite. Higgins is moderating now. I'm basically sitting here. Come on in. Say hello. We have 4 people. If you have any concerns about biblical prophecy or prepping, I've given you a lot of tips already. Like I said, this long video. Mostly I'm the one that does the long prepping videos, but I make a point. My point is simple. It is, Father's Day is tomorrow. So if any of you are fathers, happy Father's Day. I know Higgins, I believe, is a father. Which I believe if Higgins is a dad, which Higgins says he is, I think, then Father Higgins needs to basically talk about. One of the things I'd like to see Higgins talk about is, he never brings up his son. He says his son's like, is he in college? Is he working at McDonald's, burger flipping? I mean, I think Higgins said he's a dad. So happy Father's Day to all the dads out there for tomorrow. I would like to, eventually disappear. I got long-term gaming to do tonight and to deep think while prepping again. And then after things happen, oh yeah, which reminds me, while we're talking, I need to check on a price on some. See, some things you need to make sure you have price of, All right, so let me see how much this is going to cost. $80. Okay, I guess I'll have to buy it for a birthday present, Banana and blue. I don't want banana and blue. Okay, so Pro 1 is there. That's what I need right there. And that is 67 for gray. I wouldn't mind gray. That's blue. No, those are renewed. I don't want renewed. I want new. Why the hell is this costing so much money? Look, I need the brand right here. Okay, so let's just cut it down. There we go. So brand new is $80. Okay, I'll pay the $80, but I don't like, what I'm shopping for, everyone, is color coordinated. I'm looking for something specific, which I usually don't shop for parts, but I have to get a part. That's yellow. I ain't paying that. That's a neon red. So I guess I'll have to choose whatever I choose and just go from there, So, this is why I say what I say, So, all right, let's see if this is still available. Yep, still available. So you can get it shipped again. So I was thinking of doing that soon. Haven't checked on the other thing. My birthday's coming up. Brother Higgins hasn't offered me a present yet, so just joking around, P already gave me my present, so thank you, Pee Wee. But I thought I'd throw that out there as a joke about Brother Higgins hasn't got me a present yet. I'm just kidding, Higgs. Higgins is a great guy, okay? I can make fun of Brother Higgins. But honestly, let's just talk about the truth. Truth is, we need to prep, literally. And I've been looking at pricing on everything from parts, which you might need parts. And by the way, the other day I was looking for something the other day, right? I actually shop from time to time for some things, you know. And I'm looking for something right now just to see. Higgins is always talking about set. So I was like, okay, cool. Let's check it out. So let's see. All right. Whatever. I want brand. All right. Let's just cut this down again. Then I want brand. Let me see. They have yeah. All right. Low to high because I'm going from low to high. Okay, so. Okay, cool. That's not something I want. Here we go. Yeah, so. There. All right, so I'm just checking something. Yeah. All right, so. Yeah, so I was checking on a couple things for prepping. And so, see, Higgins ain't posting, and Pee Wee went out shopping, and we have 5 people watching. Come on, give me a shout out, peeps. I can't keep doing this for 3 hours if I don't get a shout out or something. I can just log off, and you guys are screwed. So let's just see some comments. I'm looking up other things that you might need during a pandemic, one being a toolbox, all right? If you have a tool set, you're good. If you don't have a tool set, well, get one. You can buy a basic tool set for $20, $30 with a hammer in it, and you're good. You might need that for on the road. Other items you might need to get as tools are getting harder, so unless you know where to go, most places are sold out. Apparently, this guy here is eating his kibble again. Go ahead, eat your cereal, or his vegetable flavored cereal. Yeah, well, you know what? You're like sitting there all smug going, we don't get power outages. Bullshit. When the fucking power structure goes down, when the pandemic does start, they're going to hit the fucking infrastructure first. When they hit the infrastructure, Mariposa, you're going to be fucking screwed because then the stores are going to run on gas only generators, fuel generators, natural gas, diesel generators, propane, and that's going to jack everything up while they sell everything and keep everything cold. People are going to panic buy, thinking it's temporary. Then after that, you're going to find out cash only. So unless you have cash stored away, you're going hungry, dude. Thing is, you got to prepare for the worst. Prepare for the worst. Prepare for the worst. That's the thing. You must prepare for the worst. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I would always keep the damn phone plugged in. I mean, literally, there's a more than one way to charge a phone. I mean, literally, you know. And I frankly wanted to spend all day gaming and not be here anyways. But, you know, with the news reports I got, that's a different, you know. So, you know, Mariposa says, oh, well, you know, load up propane. Yeah, well, guess what? Propane's going to even double or triple in price, even quadruple. You haven't seen anything yet. And, you know, that's the thing. Cash is going to be required only. No one's going to be doing anything. People are going to storm places. People are going to do things. We're going to have some serious shit hit the fan soon. And because of it, it's going to be bad. I don't talk about half the stuff I got stockpiled away, but still, you know, I'm giving tips to everyone to prepare for the worst. Because I'm basically bored as hell, dude. Look, I've talked so much that there's nothing better to do. I run to the bathroom. I got hemorrhoids right now. I run to the bathroom. I talk to you guys. I mean, think of it. No one listens. Oh, man, that hurts. Oh, damn, that hurts. Hopefully this cream works. The hemorrhoids are really, that's the other thing. Prep for non-emergencies like hemorrhoids. Ouch. Because frankly, it really does give you trouble. That's why I say prep for hemorrhoids, prep for whatever, you know. Hard to keep phone charged about half of my ground use it. That's what I say. I always keep it. I have like 3 or 4 cables around that always work. You know, just depends on the if they give you a quality one or a crappy one. You know, I mean, literally, we have to prepare for the worst. You know, and that is something. You know, mailman come yet?
I'm gonna check now. Get the keys.
So you took him out to the park, huh?
I took them around. Yeah.
Yeah, there's my babes. How you doing, huh, bub? Bubbakins, Bobakins, Moppakins, Sonakins. I love the dog. He's like the best dog in the world, you know. What's up? You're smiling. Yeah, I love that face of yours. He's just got that face of a teddy bear you just can be in love with, you know. Moppy the doggo. Yeah, so anyways, store closes at 6, so I don't think I'll be making club sandwiches till tomorrow. So I figured dinner out eventually, which I had corn dogs last night. You know, running low on corn dogs. When they run out, they run out. You know, I bought crunchy ones too, but Chloe's cat confiscated them all. Yeah, you want to see Moppy? Here we go. Come here, Mop. Come here, Mop Top. Mail came? Good. I was expecting those. Here we go. Thanks. I'll take care of all this. Another thing. See, look, here's Mop Top. He says, hello, everyone. I'm Mop Top. See, look at him. Isn't he adorable? He's smiling. A camera for you are. Look at this. I mean, look at that. You're out of breath. Last night he was grumping to me, right? I was sitting watching TV. And he goes to Chloe's door and he's grumping. Then he comes to me and he grumps. Then he goes to Chloe's door and grumps. Then he goes to Chloe's door and grumps. Then he comes to me and grumps. Then he sits there and looks at me and grumps. Then he looks at me and grumps. And then he looks at me and grumps. And then he keeps grumping. Finally, I turned around and I said, what do you want? Water? And he starts dancing. Yeah. Anyways. Let's see. What is this? Topeka. So whatever this is came from Topeka. Probably those thingies, you know, those testing kits. Yeah, so the first one was in a brown paper bag. This one's in This one's so apparently half the next order came in. See, they giving us these. So Chloe can just stick them in the damn bathroom with the other stacks. I think we used 2 boxes anyways the other day. And this is a letter that I'm expecting. Probably about how, it's addressed to me for Chloe because everything's addressed to me for the state level. Apparently they think Chloe's, no offense, Chloe's watching me disabled to the point where she can't, So I get to read this and see what it says because I'm the representing people, so they give an envelope. Let's see. All right, so it says here she's got a mental Medicaid for free. All her mental's covered. Supposedly her mental's covered. Let's see. All right, so this is just useless crap as usual. Look at this. They're just saying, okay, whatever. So this stuff is freaking stupid, They're basically sitting there, right? And they give all this crap, right? Fill this paper out. How many is in your household? I mean, literally, every time he called, whatever, I mean, she got a letter the other day for mental health. She qualified for mental health, but not medical. So it says here, proof. Okay, so list that you made for your interview. The thing is, you have to have a state ID. She never gives the state ID. It's in Arizona. She's got a 40-year driver's license. Proof of identity, it's got to be in the state of Washington anyway. Income such as checks, check stubs, etc. Proof of resources, vehicle, yada, yada, yada. Motorhomes, bank statements, cost of child care, proof of housing cost. Thing is they're saying that they need to do this, right? The problem is every time they redo it automatically for her. So technically, they'll send her a copy of it too. They always triple up on me. So, to me, I'm like, it doesn't work, Yeah, beans went up also, I've noticed. Oh, yeah, see, beans, yeah, you see? They're going to ask me shows that canned food that you have, and maybe you should start making cooking videos, how to survive with beans and rice. Unfortunately, no, because to do beans and rice, it'd take me 15 minutes or less because mostly you need to soak your beans overnight. Then you need to basically cook them for 4 hours on high in a crock pot. Then you need to strain them. Then you need to put them back into a fresh pot of bean water the next day, and then you cook them again, and you slow cook them. And that's it. I mean, for beans. Yeah, battery pack, I got a couple of those a few years ago. Charges my phone on the go. Moppy, yeah, beans went up also, I've noticed. Yeah, beans have gone up. I will grab one tomorrow, Higgins. Rita suggested it too. I like long hair mop. I may be cheap when it comes to electronics too, folks. Yeah, well, the thing is you have to be cheap. But you also got to remember you don't need to have much. I mean, look, before you came in the picture, Gigi, let me show you something. Okay? I'm going to show you this again. I'm going to show you 3 items before you have phone trouble. So I want to speed this up for you all. Okay, it's things that I'm going to come out one at a time. This used to be the most powerful phone known to man. The most powerful phone next to a satellite phone. They discontinued it so Uncle Sam can track you. See this? You think, oh, it's just a basic case. A basic case, nothing's cool. You'd be surprised, Zoe. See? First up, the most powerful phone in the world. Right there. They discontinued them, right? This thing can go out and be on halfway across the Puget Sound and it would work. It would work in rural communities where the tower is 50 miles away. This was the most boosted phone in the world. This thing boosted more things, And you know what the government said? Oh, you can either have a satellite phone or you can have a phone we can track you on. So they discontinued it. Motorola decided to bring out a new bag phone with the new technology that had a booster. It might be $500-600. I would pay for it because the phone would be basically the only thing that could work in an emergency. Literally, this thing could, this is a bag phone. See? Telephono. See? Telephono. Phone. Hello. How are you today? Zoe, you're doing okay? Telephono. See? Says Motorola. Telephono. See? Telephono. No, it's not a landline. Look. Hello, how are you today? Telephono. Telephono. Yeah, see? Telephono. No, it's not a landline. The battery is down here. Batteria. See? The battery is here. Look. Look. The battery sits in here. See, the battery slides into here. Yeah. Battery and the charger sit in this compartment here. Everything else is where it is. See? Telephono. Yes, it's a bag phone. It's basically the most powerful bag phone in existence. But the government didn't want citizens like you or me to have them, so they forced us to go with phones where they can track us. So they discontinued these. Now you can't use them. I, for one, like these phones myself, but yeah, well, I'm sorry to say, this is the first thing. Second item that I want to share with you that's been discontinued. Again, government control. Moppy, get out of my damn office. You poop in here, I'm going to poop on your head. It's not for you. No fuss. For emergencies. Emergencensos. This. Sony. See? Let me show you. It's got a radio in it. You're probably thinking, the radio works if you put batteries in it, but the television doesn't work, you see? It was built in with a VHF and UHS TV turner. It also has a radio right up there for radio. But radio works, TV doesn't. So, power's out. They're not going to be powering the radio station because they got to conserve on fuel. But there you have it. See? Discontinued the analog television tuner. Now you can't use that. Any portable TV can be used for analog radio signal, but not for TV signal. All analog TVs have been discontinued. Government wants to control that. So if the power goes out or we have a collapse of the government, Zoe, you ain't going to be getting the news. I mean, literally, this is a portable TV, see? Definitely a color watchman. That's what I asked, Zoe. 5 people. You're commenting and Higgins is commenting. That's 2. And Mariposa's 3. So who's the other 2? See? You got to remember, I got one other thing to share with you all. Now, before you sit there and say, well, Rita, oh yeah, there's what, 1 can left in there or 2? Let's just finish these up. Gotta make dinner eventually, so here we go. So basically, the last thing I'm gonna tell you, Zoe, is this. How are you gonna get your news if the power goes out? Look, I don't have cable TV. Yeah, I don't have cable TV, okay? I have streaming services, but streaming services go down and the power grid goes down. You're all screwed. Now, you're GG. One last thing I want to share with you. What do you use if the power is out to get your news? I'll show you. A 1000 channel triple trunking scanner picks up all frequencies. NASA, Air Force One, airplane aviation, ham radios, citizen band radios, marine band radios. Do I say any more? Let's see. It picks up military, picks up public works, picks up military helicopters, picks up airplanes, picks up Navy, Coast Guard in the Canada. This thing picks up everything. Fire, EMS, police. Literally, you want something? This is what it is, you know. See? Triple chunky scanner. My husband bought this. Well, good for you. You waste your due on it. So look, scanner, news article, take batteries. Battery pack right here. See, I got plenty of batteries. Just pop that bad boy in like this. Close her up and you're good to go. It takes batteries, right? 24 hours on a single battery. Look, I guess you didn't get the memo, Mariposa, so I guess I got to spill it out for you before I disappear after Zoe leaves. It goes like this, okay? Power goes out. Stores run generators. The grocery stores always carry generators because they have to make sure that their food stays cold. So they open their registers up. They put a sign on the door, credit cards down, even though there's power. The main terminals use the internet. So that means your power is down. Credit cards can't be used or debit cards. They put a sign on the door while they're running their generator. Cash only. That's what happened. See, when we had a power outage on 4 islands, because we're the last line of defense, and over on the other coast, there was like 3 million out or something, like half the state was out for like 18 plus hours. The stores were running the generators, and people were buying everything in thingy. By the way, when the power went out for 18 plus hours, I got to tell you, I felt pretty damn stupid myself. I was cooking a frozen pizza in the oven. That night I went hungry. Yeah, so go ahead and waste your dew. I'm drinking dew straight. But then again, you drink that diet crap anyway. See, I'm on a roll, Zoe. Diet crap. Thank you for drinking diet crap dew. The only dew. Hold on. I got one for you. Type of coffee. Zoe, what type of coffee do you prefer? I prefer Kopi Luwak, the most expensive beverage in the world. Not me. I prefer chock full of nuts. Oh, yeah, the heavenly coffee. See, I had to throw that in there. Well, yeah, basically, you know, I'm trying to educate people, but also I can throw out there a few sense of humor. I mean, I wouldn't waste dew. I mean, I'm drinking it straight. You know, I have these mini cans. They help me keep my weight down, too. But at the same time, you know, what's his name? Mariposa, he or she? Oh, she. I'm sorry, it's a female she. She from Cuba. That's right, Cuba, I believe it is. Cuba. I hear the Cubans are really bad. You go fishing, you get basically put in the pokey for 20 years. Anyway, so basically, Mariposa, what's for dinner? I don't know. I can make mac and cheese tonight. Mac and cheese, definitely mac and cheese. Mac and cheese or shrimp. I was going to save the shrimp for tomorrow. Corn dogs, I got 2 boxes of corn dogs. Apparently, my corn dogs are on the top, by the way, closes on the bottom. So I got regular corn dogs and I got chili cheese corn dogs. I got shrimp, more shrimp. Chloe's got some salmon. The food bank gave her some pink salmon. I got shrimp. I got 3 things of pork chops. I haven't defrosted them. I might do a pork chop dinner tomorrow. No, Father's Day is tomorrow, right? Maybe I'll do a pork chop dinner tonight. Cook up some pork chops and have pork chops for dinner. What do you guys think? Let's see. So that means the power goes. And no, I already explained it. Stores always carry generators to keep their stuff refrigerated. The problem is Mariposa from Cuba, who's a girl apparently. Generators will run, and they're going to run the generators so all stock is sold out. Then they'll close the stores. You see where I'm going? Then they'll close the doors, but they're going to put on a sign, cash only. Which, while they put cash only because the grid's down, they could sit there and hope like hell no one's stupid enough to want to go off island. Which, by the way, the ferries could be running on a short crew because the terminals will be having no power, but the ferries could run until nighttime when they'd have to stop early due to the fact that the ferry terminals aren't there, right? So, excuse me. So, in the meantime, what happens excuse me, that wasn't ladylike. What happens? The terminals can't do it, so at nighttime they turn off the ferries, right? They do that. They have lights and everything at the landing ports, but if the stores decide to raise the prices, they'll raise it to whatever they think people will pay. So it's cash only. So say you go in there and you need ship paper. Next you know, you're walking out of ship paper. It might be $20 for 24 rolls, you see. Waste your dew, Higgins. Rita's on the roll. 3 cans of dew has like 138 grams of sugar for the lemonade. Rita more entertaining than Friday night. Thank you. I feel blessed. I'm not bought Diet Dew in over 9 years when I was working. It was getting Throwback Dew until the pandemic. Now can't. But that's because they discontinued Throwback Dew. Duh. They discontinued my bloody Pepsi Crystal again. I had a lot of that. I love Pepsi Dew. You want to also know what else they discontinued? I'm Higgins. I can't get my Throwback Pepsi because I'm Higgins. I'm Higgins. I can't get my Pepsi Dew. I'm Higgins. I can't get my Pepsi Dew. You know what? They discontinued this. This is the last can that I have. Pepsi 1893 original cola with the original cola formula made with organic sugar. And you say, oh, I can't get. They discontinue a lot of stuff. They make a flavor. They think someone might like it. They don't like it. But think of it. They gave 3-month window for Crystal Pepsi. Now you can't find it. Pepsi Perfect. Pepsi Perfect. That's like $400 or $500 on eBay or Amazon, you know. Let's see. Rita more entertaining. I have not bought. Yeah, okay. Yes, I'll try the expensive. Yeah, well, I'm saying, you know, chock full of nuts is cheap, but coffee just went up another $2 a can. I just priced coffee out today. Coffee just raised itself in price. So I want to warn you all. If you guys are stockpiling coffee, make sure you get it when you get paid, because it's going to continue rising. You know, got to track it down at a coffee shop in Chicago. Love a good pork chop. One time you open the freezer door, I can see the cold air falling on the floor. Maybe it's a tall deep freeze. They're just teasing people with the flavors. Look. Half the stuff that they bring out, Higgins, you can't find. I mean, look, the other day I sent Chloe out, right? You're going to sit there and say, oh, well, what did you do? I sent Chloe out the other day. Okay, she was doing some shopping for me, right? True story here. I sent Chloe out, right? There's something I really want to try, you know, and I can't get a hold of it. So I said to Chloe the other day, I want to try it. Chloe says, okay. So then I said, just do it. She said, okay. So then I was looking for it, right? It's not discontinued. They still sell it, but trying to find it's a different thing, right? But I don't want to pay $34 for 12 cans of coffee, Pepsi, Coca-Cola coffee. I mean, literally, if they're going to charge that much money for it, then I'm not buying it. You know, that's the thing. You got to cut corners. That's part of the thing, right? You know, and so to me, I want to try it, but I also want to get it delivered. What's this? Hey, this is cool. I want one of those. Hey, I was just low. Here we go. $98 for a Chromebook. Is it refurbished? Because if it's refurbished, I don't want it. Look at that. $98 for one of those. But then again, you know, Yeah, it would run everything differently. It's got a camera in it. Yeah, it's got a webcam. I could do YouTube on it. Yeah, look at that. $98, sold by Walmart. Yeah, see, it's a Father's Day present. $98. Anyways, I wasn't looking for that, but it just caught my eye. You see that's the thing. People say, "Oh, well, it's $98." Yeah, it's $98 you can use to eat too. So I was looking for something specific. So let's see. Pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up. Pick up, pick up, pick up. See, this is the thing. They're not allowing delivery of some of this stuff. Like I wanted to try Pepsi Nitro. It's all pickup only. So that tells you right there what the hell's going on. Yeah, well, you know what also sucks? Higgins, who's basically talking about diet do. Plain and simple. We got 6 people. Does anyone know who the other 4 people are? Because we only have 2 people commenting and 4 watching. Probably Mariposa's hiding in the shadows again. She's probably hiding due to the fact that she's probably cranky with me as usual. But where's the other 3 people? Hello, people. Comment in, chime in. I mean, I'm getting ready to leave soon because I got things to do. My game Stardew Valley's calling me. My Nintendo Joy Cons are charged finally, so I can spend the next 2 days playing and not worrying till Monday. I mean, I was hoping not to get away with the Sunday edition because of it. Yeah, well, I see 6. That's the thing. On my screen, it shows 3 hours, 17 minutes, 6 people, 3 thumbs up. No one else is thumbing it up. And Higgins basically is talking about Chromebooks suck. I wouldn't invest in a new computer yet, anyways, because of the pandemic and the fact that the country's going to go down the toilet. There. See? Yeah. 6 people. That's the thing. There's 6 people. Fortunately. Yeah, well, that's good that you're leaving in 3 minutes. I'm going to leave too because 7 people now. We have 7 people watching, and yet not one person's commenting. See, 7. Hello, people. Tune in, hit the like, subscribe button, and subscribe if you wish. I've been talking about pandemic relief and prepping, and prepping is a key source right now. Higgins is moderating. Same with Zoe. Welcome, everyone. Mariposa isn't a moderator, but if you have something to say, yeah, well, that's you. No, I don't like liver and onions. But, Black Jesus asked me that one time, and I'll tell you what, I don't like liver and onions. Yeah, plain and simple. Do not give me liver and onions, I won't eat it. 7 people's watching, not many people are commenting. So if you have a question about prepping, or you just want to say hello, come on, don't be shy. Comments are open. We got a moderating team. It's a really pretty badass, and we're here to talk about um prepping. Basically, we're talking about what needs to be done to prepare for prepping, and that is why I'm here. That's the thing. People turn around and they think, oh, Rita's prepping. That's what we're talking about. Usually every day it's about prepping, saving money. I've already went through the entire stores basic items this morning through the early morning video when no one was tuned in, and I was talking about pricing went up between 5 and 40%. Dog food's like 60%. So if you don't know that, you might be interested to know the dog food did go up. I do periodically run to the bathroom. I'm trying to finish up this can of Mountain Dew, but I thought I would share that with you all because you guys are awesome. And, if we have 7 people watching, then frankly, um, yeah. So, one of the things we need to talk about is maybe, but you got to earn my trust. Of course, trust is something that I don't take lightly. I have a few other tips and tricks to tell you tonight while I drink that last can of Mountain Dew, that mini can. I got more in the back. So I got a tip for you all. I know Zoe's leaving. Basically is one of the tips I want to tell you is pawn shops will be going bankrupt eventually because they're going to get so much stuff pawned that people are going to pawning their TVs, their electronics, everything that to make ends meet to live on food. Mine cam, mini can. Yeah, see, look, mini can. See, mini 7.5 ounce can. See, 7.5 ounce can helps with and it's these ones are always the ones that they have available. They don't have the larger cans. Larger cans hard to get a hold of. Rita, thanks for prepping research tonight. Your input is not falling deaf ears. Have a great Saturday night. Thing. Look, that don't you understand what the reason is for normal size cans, Hig, old boy? You can't get them. You go down to the store, the soda aisle's empty. You go to the Safeway, the soda aisle's empty. You go to the Walmart, the soda aisle's empty. You get what you get shipped in. That's one of the tip of the day. If something is sold out at your local store, people, and prepping, you go and order it online. Like me. I don't mind getting a mini can or two. I usually drink these in the evening. I was going to skip your video completely today and go straight to my game this morning, but I decided that after watching Pee Wee stuff, that it was an interesting topic, So, the sushi, that's interesting to know. Isn't that going to be expensive? No, we just got Higgins and myself, and Higgins knows I'll leave. And with you guys, the four of you, since Mariposa's leaving for her boyfriend, no, I can sense Higgins is going to make a joke about Mariposa being Joe Gill. Yeah, we got this guy. By the way, the other day, right, I was watching this movie, right? I got to tell you, the funniest thing in this movie, right? The other day, Higgins, I was watching this movie. Sorry, everyone, I do get sidetracked from prepping. I do got a prepping thing to tell you. But this was too damn funny, okay? So the other day, right, Higgins, I got to share this with you. I was watching something called Crossfire Trails, Louis L'Amour, right? Right? So I was reading this, right? So you got a guy, and his name is Mark Harmon, right? Bruce Barkow. But if you look up to Wilford Brimley, the diabetes guy, Wilford Brimley is Joe Gill. I'm Joe Gill. I think he died in 2020. Yeah, he died almost 2 years ago. He died yeah, I liked him. He died at age 85. So, but you have Mark Hammond. He was in some things. David O'Hara, Rock, Mark Hammond's been busy he's 70 years old. The guy should retire, man. You know. NCIS is Jethro Gibbs. Yeah, he got his role, I think, on that one movie that I was talking about. But yeah, if you looked at that Joe Gill thing, But anyway, so basically, we got 4 people watching, 3 thumbs up. Give that smash the thumbs up. I have to go, people, because I can't be here all day for you all. And with Higgins, he basically has these brain farts that disappears. And then with 3 other people not commenting, I've given enough tips and everything to get you by to start prepping a little better for prepping. I mean, literally, if you're going to survive, you better start prepping now. Otherwise, you're screwed. And frankly, another tip for you of the day is this. Buy books. Buy a few books. Keep your library. Buy books if you can get them affordable. A few dollars here, a few dollars there. The thrift stores, they got plenty of books. Just get a book or two that might be of an interest. And do it that way, Yeah, you were having a brain farts because you weren't commenting, and you always have a brain fart. The other day, Higgins, you were like, "Yeah, my mom called me." That means you're going to be off for 30 minutes. I was going to wait 30 minutes to talk to air, And besides that, we were really having a decent conversation. So I was like, you know what? So that's what I call a brain fart. Your mom or your dad calls, I'm basically like, I ain't waiting around. We have 4 people, The problem is, again, another tip is if you have video games, utilize them while you can, because when the power grid goes down or whatever happens in the future, we're all screwed. So enjoy what you have now. We're going to have a lot of hardships coming up. And when it happens, you better be prepared. And another tip of the day, I think this is like tip of day 12, is cut corners. You sit there and you say, cut corners. Yes, cut corners. Pretty much you cut your corners, okay? For example, you cut your corners. You buy something, you say, do I need this? Like Higgins, do I need a camera? Oh, yeah, I need to check my mailbox. Why? Well, what's so important about checking your mailbox on camera? Basically, let's just joke about Higgins for a second. Brother Higgins, I think, has got the brain fart / lazy fart, so the lazy shuffle, where he wants to check his device and be like, oh, mailman didn't come, or get a notification for the mail, so... Yeah, but the thing is don't you see, Higgins sits there and he jokes, right? Oh, get a thingy, right? The electric bicycle ain't going to work, people, okay? Higgins has got these grandiose ideas, okay? Sorry, Higgins, I got to say that. Thing is when I'm talking about pandemic and talking about if the power grid ever fails and shit hits the fan, running on a bicycle to power your frickin' TV ain't going to do shit, because frankly, how's the power company going to supply power to the TV networks? They don't. Most of the preppers in this day and age believe their phones. But what if the power goes out? They're going to all stand around using their phones and be like, oh, look. And then when they can't get signal, they'll be like, oh, no, our phone's out of signal. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there with a scanner going, oh, yeah. Meanwhile, Higgins will be like, oh, the phone doesn't work. All right, this piece of crap. I'll be like, whereas everyone else will be sitting there. Everyone, let me put it this way, okay? No offense to the American people that's watching this tonight, okay? For prepping practicals. I want to say this not to the American people, but a world people. Tonight, this is about the world people. Chloe the other day asked me outright, right? Chloe is addicted to those phone games, right? So Chloe asked me the other night. I called her dumb as a box of rocks the other day. But Chloe asked me the other night. And it went like this. No, it wasn't a belch, excuse me. It was, well, how come there's some of the Americans, Canadians, Worldlodians for any nation, religious creed. 99% of them can consider some of the African countries poor as hell. 99% of them are dumb as a box of rocks. Now, I know you preppers are watching this going, I'm not dumb as a box of rocks. No. Talking about, look at the big picture here. You sit there and you say, 99% of people are dumb as a box of rocks. What? Government took away bag phones. Government took away analog television. The government looks at me and trying to force me to get a smartphone. Won't do it. If I can find another one of these replacements, I'll keep getting these. Why? It's all I need. Turned off right now. See? Off. Not being used. Off. Why? Because that's what I want. I don't want to be tracked. 2, if the smartphone, quote unquote, is not going to work, then this ain't going to work either for signal either, see? So why spend $300, $500, $1,000 financing your latest and greatest phone when your phone fucking falls apart when it fucking doesn't work? See where I'm going with this? Dinky can't call me. Corey can't call me. And I and Steve can't call me. The whole fucking grid goes down. No one's going to be using their fucking phone. No one. Meanwhile, the damn what are they going to do? Put generators at every cell tower in the world? Eventually, the generators will be either stolen, or if they're bolted to the ground or heavy enough and they can't be moved except by tractor truck, then what? 2 days to cell towers, and then all of a sudden, there's an emergency. We must blah, blah, blah. I mean, literally, think about it. The U.S. government and the world Lodians, the world cobbles of the government, the cobbles, they're literally turning around and making sure that you can't have communication if something happens, like an invasion or power grid goes down or a food shortage or famine. Why? Now you're saying, well, how is it that I'm dumb as a box of rocks? Tell you, anyone who's not a prepper, who thinks the government's going to give them a handout during the pandemic or during a massive, massive collapse of the country's got a thing or two coming. Think of it this way. Picture this, right? This is mine. I use it as a Google Voice phone, okay? Google Voice as a backup, right? Let me tell you what it says here, okay? It says, oh, great. What's this? How to be an ally on a news article for the LGBT community. Let me see this shit. I want to see this. I don't want to be an LGBT ally. You see, thing is we got serious problems and we need to prep. Prepping is the key. Let me see here. Washington Post. What did that damn scammer thing say? The apples are not trying. Okay. Oh, so tranny comes out and says we need to be more open-minded for people transitioning. Great. Mid-80s. Transgender and older women. Yeah, well, guess what? I don't want to basically be part of this community. No one gives a shit. The LGBT community is dead. You hear me? Everyone dead. Why? Because my opinion is this lady here wants to say I'm basically hating the trans community. I'll tell you what's more important than hating the trans community, right? Survival. Those trannies in the world. Now, Tara J is a different person. But most trannies, they won't know how to survive. They're glued to their fucking phone. Same with everyone else in the country. When the phone system goes down, you guys are sitting there saying, okay, when the phone system goes down and the data plan goes down and the towers go down, what do you got to worry about? You got to worry about transgender healthcare, your taxpayers paying for it? No. You know, I mean, what I'm saying is what's more important? You worry about transgender healthcare, transgender military, or you're basically worried about survival. So throw them all under the bus if you have to and survive. That's the main thing. I'm not talking about throwing me under the bus. I'm talking about throwing the people under the bus that's literally basically thinking their rights come first. We're going into a pandemic. Look, a worse pandemic, a recession that can go into a depression, which means there ain't going to be any money to even cover hormones. So they're going to have to detransition. On top of that, they're going to have to do other things. I mean, think of it that way. I mean, we're not talking about transgender issues here, but Pee Wee said the other day, fuck the transgender community. Amen, Pee Wee. We got to worry about surviving. Pee Wee's got 15 family members trying to, in case the shit hits a fan, to be there on her property, okay? I got Chloe I got to deal with, and Moppy and Ebo, and I got to protect Ebo. So do you think I give two craps about the transgender community? No, I care about Ebo. Ebo's not a food source. Oh, Ebo. See, Ebo's my rabbit. You like my shirt picture? Oh, yeah, this is Blackfish. See? Blackfish. I think it's a whale watching company. Apparently they gave like 20 or 30 of these shirts to one of my advocates. My advocate donated me a whole crap load. It covers my paunch to a point, but you know, the thing is but anyways, back to my story. What's more important? You want to sit there and say, oh, well, you got to accept us or else, or you turn around and tell them to fuck off. You're not inclined to support these sorry assholes when they're fucking sitting at home with no internet, No phone service, no data service, no power. Starving because they didn't fucking prep them. Let me put it to you this way, okay? To the people watching this today, yes, I can be harsh. But let me put it to you this way when it comes to the trans community, okay? Trans community is one less thing you need to fucking worry about. Right now, you need to worry about fucking food shortages. Trannies might just come out armed and fucking try to kill you for your food. So you gotta fucking drop them if it comes to it. Right now, it's not coming to it, but you need to prep. Trannies don't want to prep, let them rot. Chloe said it best herself. Anyone who doesn't fucking prep and survive in survival mode right now, let them rot. I mean, literally, I try keeping telling Chloe there's a few other things that need to be done here before the shit hits the fan. But you know what? Thing is you gotta prepare for the worst. You know. I mean, literally, that's the truth. You know, that is the damn truth. Preparing is the key. That's all I can tell you. I mean, look at it this way. Preparing is the key, right? By the way, Higgins, it's almost, 10 o'clock there? Have you eaten yet? Because you do need to eat one of these days. We got 4 people watching. Higgins is commenting. I, for one, am going to finish this, and I'm getting out of here. I've been here too long. But you get the point I'm making. You need to prep. I've already given you emergency thoughts today. Thoughts? It's 9:07 where you're at, so I assume you haven't eaten your cheddar cheese dogs yet. You know, I could eat those tonight for dinner. It'd be a quick wolf down. But anyways, let me just tell you, okay? No, we're not talking about Higgins here. We're talking about prepping. You need to basically focus. Make a list. Another tip. Make a list of everything you use and make a list of everything you buy and then basically combine the two and get everything you need. Make sure you get at least 6 months to a year. See, Higgins always eats too. The problem with Higgins and me is he sits there and see, here's the problem with Higgins, okay? Here's the problem with Higgins, okay, everyone? Higgins goes out, right? And he goes to Walmart or wherever he goes. I think it's Walmart. And he goes and takes 16. Let's just say there's 16 packages, right? Let me show you. 16 packages of these, right? Let me move this down so it doesn't fall. 16 packages of this. Okay. 16 packages of these, right? This is what Higgins eats, right? And I know Brother Higgins well. Turns around, he eats 2 of them at a time. That's 3 meals, right? I'll eat the whole damn thing because they're so small. One whole package. That's not even 16 ounces of meat. Full of salt, but you know what? With my 1 meal a day, it doesn't matter. But him, he'll sit there and cook 2 at a time. Then he basically sucks up the supply chain, right? He sucks it up like a Hoover vacuum. And then people are like, hey, man, we need some cheese sausages. And they're like, and Higgins is like, hey, dude, there is none. I bought them all. Ha, ha, ha. And yet he eats 2 of them. Whereas I eat all 6 of them. So, you know, now Higgins is probably going to comment on that. But look, the problem is this. Another tip of the day is this. Yeah, you're a Hoover because you buy everything and you don't eat it. When I basically sucked up everything that I wanted to buy out of Walmart when my husband was alive, I literally would take him and get. I used to go into Walmart, right? And this is a story for Higgins, but you guys get to hear it. I used to pick up all the Monterey Chipotle brats from Johnsonville. You know what happened? I would go home, put most of them in the freezer, right? I would put them in the freezer. Have one for dinner and eat those. But dear old hubby would be like, dude, you know, you like your brats. And I'd be like, dude, I like my brats. Right, here we go. Then when I look for certain brats, there are only certain brats at certain times. Firecrackers, special flavor, the limited edition. I only do it at Halloween time. They're the delicious ones. The Cajun cheddar, the queso, the sweet and spicy barbecue. Again, the tailgate cheddar. I've only found those in Oregon. The Irish show garlic. Those are like once a year at St. Patrick's Day. The cheddar bacon brats, those are always available, but you can't get them. The tailgate cheddars, there's hard to get a hold of. I mean, literally, go to Walmart, they only have like 2 types. So to me, the old Monterey Chipotle ones were great, And so to me, I like stockpiling. But when it comes to brats, I know what goes on too. Bratwurst, 5 pounds per case, $125. Original bratwurst patties, $113, 9 per case. I don't want a queso though. Better cheddar, jalapeno cheddar, chili cheese flavor, jalapeno cheddar. Oh, these are the party packs, only pickup only. So they do have the pickups. Smoked brats, Polish brats, garlic summer sausage, and then better cheddar 12 pack. See, out of stock. So all these are out of stock, and yet, So basically, if you're looking for regular brats, they don't have bratwurst. You see, that's what I'm looking at right here. Here we go. Johnsonville Italian and regular brats, right? There's regular bratwurst. Then there's the cheddar brats. I like the cheddar brats, but trying to find the beer brats, original brats, cheddar bacon brats, pickup only, beer brats. I mean, literally, if you're looking at all the brats down the list, you can't get them, you see. I mean, literally, this is the stuff that you got to look for, the jalapeno cheddar special ones. Oh, they have the special one, right? The jalapeno cheddar. So they only put it out in certain areas. So basically, you sit there and you say, oh, I want one of these. So you got to ask for it. And then they're like, nope, not going to get it. So you always got to look for it under a different channel. So, But anyways. But yeah, Higgins is a vacuum. All right. We have 3 people watching and 4 people comment. So let me just finish this up, okay? One of the tip of the day again is you need to buy what you need. Don't buy anything else. Just leave it alone. Me, I got to get going anyways because the dishes have to be done, and I've spent a long time anyways. And Higgins, he won't be. See, Higgins, he'll just sit here all day until his mom calls, and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, mom called." By the way, Higgins, you doing anything for Father's Day tomorrow? Going to see your dad for dinner or your mom? Basically, you need to buy what you need, cut corners. You're gonna have to start thinking for the future, and it ain't going to be pretty. Let me finish the bathroom run, and then I'll tell you what I mean. Here, Rob. Yeah. All right. Okay. Now, before I go, remember how I said you might need to cut corners. That's true. Cutting corners means you're going to have to cut corners to make sure you're stocked well for food. Meaning, buy dry goods as much as possible. Everything you want to do is stockpile dry goods. Meat is going to go up in price to the point of no return. There you go. So, you might not need to cut corners, okay? Cut corners and only buy what you truly need. Also, one of the tips you need to do is maintain balance is to turn around and literally make sure you have all of your Q's and P's and Q's in line. You can say, what's that mean? It means cut corners, make a budget, stay with the budget. Don't buy anything that's necessary. Now, if you sit there and you're one of these people tuned to my channel thinking I'm a crazy crackpot, think again. Think again when you go out and spend money for your grandkids or great grandkids or even your kids' birthday present to the children, and you're sitting there and they're like, thanks, Grandpa, and next thing you know, the shit hits the fan. And you're sitting there going, well, I should have listened to her. But you didn't. Instead, you thought everyone's a crackpot and the government's going to take care of you. Yeah, Higgins, I get your point. So that's something I wanted to share with you all. Think about it. When you turn around and you literally listen, you need to cut corners now before it's too late. People say, oh, really? We hear this day in and day out from the preppers, but you guys don't have a solid date that shit's going to hit the fan. And when it does hit the fan, think the government's going to be there? No. First of all, I bet you the local law enforcement's going to freaking raid your houses or go to the ones that they know is probably prepping more. And they go from there. You see? Then what? 2 people, 5 likes. So you see, you need to cut corners to the best. You need to stockpile everything you can. You need to basically make sure to check pricing. I'm going to be here for a few more minutes. Check your pricing before you buy anything, okay? Use online because online might be cheaper than going to the store. Stores are getting bare. Higgins basically showed me pictures. Pee-wee hasn't taken pictures yet herself, but Pee-wee went shopping anyways. So, let Pee-wee do, raid my house. Look, you'd be basically surprised if they kick down your door, Higgins, to do a check for whatever and use their own police powers to basically subdue you while they take all your food out of your basement. Trust me. Thing is you're basically asking for trouble. So when you say, woo, raid, yeah, I'm serious. I mean, literally, I am literally serious to all of this. You can't trust anyone. I mean, literally, the dog will be one of your best defense mechanisms as well. You can have 2 Rottweilers in your apartment, and the guy opens the door. He's like, "All right, food," and he's looking down at my beady 2 eyes, Rottweilers. He knows, and you could all take 1 Rottweiler at a time out, or a German Shepherd, put the other one back and rotate them. You're still safe. Next thing you know, what happens? Guy walks in. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get some food. He's looking down at. You can have 4 Rottweilers. 2 you walk at a time and you rotate them out. And then what? You see, dog would be another personal defense to keep your food safe. You leave Rottweilers in there. What are they to do? Break into your door and be like, oh yeah. And be like Ferris Bueller's Day Off. He decides to climb through the doggy door, realizing that when he goes through the doggy door, look what happens. I mean, think. Literally, you need to prep. You need to cut corners. People sit there and they think nothing's going to happen. And then when it does happen, the entire system is going to collapse. And no one knows. I'm sorry. I can't think anymore. I really can't think anymore. I mean, I've given you all the tips of the day. I mean, there's nothing more that I can give you. The U.S. economy is tanking. I mean, look, we got Congress members sending newsletters stating that China owns 50% of our land and all our crap from China has depleted our medical things. I mean, look, before I go, think of China, for example. Think of the Chinese people. To the viewers that are still with me, China is holding the entire world hostage, right? We can't get medical supplies. We can't get food supplies. We can't get repair parts. Everything is made in China mostly, right? So if the auto industry is now laying off people because they can't get computer chips for their cars, mind you, for their cars, and the people can't get parts for anything, and they're stealing catalytic converters and everything else, what's that tell you? I mean, think of it. We got catalytic converters being taken, alternators taken. Some people in the middle of the night are getting their cars jacked up, and then their hubcaps and their wheels are missing. They wake up with their cars jacked up and the car stripped. They're sleeping soundly like a baby saying, oh, nothing's wrong with me. Everything's great. I live in a great world. And then they wake up and the car's been stripped. And maybe they're only seeing the frame, What, the Dow is down on Sunday? I didn't know the Dow Jones works on Saturdays. I thought Dow Jones only works 5 days a week. What they work Saturdays, Saturdays too. So they only gained 38 points today. Big deal. It's still going to go down. You know. I mean, I really don't care. I mean, I've been saying this time and time again. Look, Higgins, it said today. So basically, the stock market let me look. They might do 6 days a week. So no trading Saturday. So I don't know what happened, but they finally updated it. So I don't know how they're doing it, but you know what? I don't care. Okay. I don't care. All right. Let's just basically get to the BS. Okay. Because I got to get going in approximately 8 minutes. So let's just finish this. So basically, like I said, okay, Dow Jones is going to crash. We're not going to just have a pandemic of massive proportions, but they're trying to kill the U.S. Okay, they're trying to cripple the U.S. This is why I'm trying to prepare you for the worst. Don't listen to moderator Higgins in the sidebar because Higgins is he's basically what we call the moderator clown. When he likes to make jokes, he likes to do it. He tries to alleviate the mood. Or little guy's got to sleep on poo pellets. Anyways, let's just get down to brass tacks, okay? I don't have much time left. Basically, what's going to happen to the world is this, okay? The American people are going to suffer. Stock market, they say it's about due to collapse, all right? Someone decided to do the Ponzi scale scheme of Bitcoin. That's falling. It's going down. Now, I don't give two shits about Bitcoin. If I'm Bitcoin, cryptocurrency be bullshit. Now, all these billionaires have basically lost their cryptocurrency. That's why you don't invest in something this bullshitted, okay? Stock market's going to crash. People are laying off companies. Okay, look. GM, General Motors, Ford, Dodge, etc., Chrysler, the companies that make it, Mopar, etc., they're laying off. Not enough computer parts, not enough parts. They're trying to stockpile. The parts department's trying to keep 2 or 3 million parts of each car in case they need something, but they're having a hard time because materials are hard to get from China, right? Then you turn around, what do? Then you have computer companies having 498-day turnaround just to bring in computer parts. Don't mind Higgins about the whole thing about Elon Musk. We don't really care about billionaire Musk when you got to think about yourself. That's why you focus on the true problem in the country. And that is, do you want to sit there and dwell on um, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all that crap? Or do you want to sit there and be like, okay, what do I do? Or do you prep for it? I mean, do you think Elon Musk is prepped for it? No, he says, oh, well, this is going to happen. No. Jeff Bezos is probably on a boat somewhere not giving a damn about his company. Jeff Bezos doesn't care. Microsoft, they're monitoring things, but, no one can control the damn world. No one can control the damn world. The World War II Marshall Plan. Look, we don't know what's going to happen. Okay, look. Higgins is just throwing ideas out there. Okay, I said there might be a great reset. We don't know if it's true or false. Okay, hypothetically, I can't basically say, oh, there's a reset. No one knows, but you better prepare for it. Stock market crash, bank resets, the great reset for all thingies. Your house might be worth $1 million right now, but by the time the reset happens, when it does happen, your house might be valued at $20,000. They're going to reset everything because of pure corruption. I mean, literally, the whole world's going to reset. Now, China wants to reset because they want the yuan to be the next currency, reserve currency, or whatever. But they want also a great reset because of other problems. The problem is with a great reset gives great responsibilities, which really fucks up the country, which is, and I'm doing this as we leave, okay, is this. Fucks up the country because it makes everything digital. So Higgins goes and says, yeah, I'm Higgins. I'm going to go buy a bottle of Jim Beam. And it goes, beep. I'm sorry, sir. You don't qualify for that product. Well, I'll take this cheaper stuff. Beep. I'm sorry. You're not qualified for that. Watching. I'm Higgins. I'd like a pack of smokes. Beep. Sorry. You don't qualify. Basically, they'll tell you what you will be buying. Higgins goes in and says, hi, I'm Higgins. I want 30 packs of bratwurst, and it's like, beep, sorry, you don't qualify for the bratwurst. Then Higgins realizes, oh, there's a problem. So then he goes home and he reads up on what he can buy, and the government tells him oatmeal, cream of wheat, and slop, and he's like, well, what do I do for a drink, and the thing is, the government's that's part of the reset. Now, to get to the reset, there's going to be a lot of shit that's going to happen first. And one is the collapse of the United States, basically. And to do that, the infrastructure. First of all, the infrastructure, right? Take out the infrastructure. It could lead to an invasion of some country invading us because our infrastructure is weak. Take out the phone power. Then the telephonos don't work. Then the smartphones don't work. Then the Wi-Fi doesn't work. Then you have out of 300 and some million people, 340 million, 300 million basically being in a panic because their phones don't work, and they're going apeshit because their technology ain't working because they're too stupid to realize that 80s and 70s and boomers basically get Gen Xers. I think that's the Gen Xers like me and the boomers that know what's coming down the pipe. Whereas you got the millennials and the other jackasses that were glued to their phones and won't know what the hell's going to happen with the world. Ugh. There he goes again. Higgins is making jokes. I tried to use Higgins as an example, okay, everyone, but apparently old Hig Bobs doesn't like to be used as an example. But look, I'm almost out of time today. We're almost at 4 hours, okay? But the bottom line is this. Look at the big picture. If infrastructure goes down, your key communications go down. Then once your key communications go down, guess what else happens? You see where I'm going with this? Your key communication goes down, then you're screwed, right? Think about it. Then what? That means your debit card's useless and you can't get to the bank, and it's cash only. So stockpile now, prepare for the worst. That's all I can tell you, people. Stockpile now. Make sure you get long life food. If you can find it, keep an eye on it. Let us know what you bought, what your prices you paid, etc. I want to basically make sure we're all on the same page. Pee-wee's already shopping, so she'll let us know. Higgins has already said he spent almost $300. Probably most of it was the better cheddar, 16 packages, and then he spent $60 in ham alone. Can't believe it. He bought like 6 quarter-size hams already sliced. I mean, literally, go figure, right? So, anyways, let us know, in the comments. Hope you enjoyed this video. Just remember, I've given you a lot of stuff to think about. Yeah, if he gets around to making bean soup. So, 4 hours on the dot. So please add, subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback, suggestion. Hit the like and subscribe button. It's wholesome fun, even for your family, including your dogs, your cats, your service dogs, your service bunnies. Hit the bell notification for new content every day. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you wish. Helps us out. Also, leave the comments nice is all we ask. Thank you so much. And God bless you in everything you do.